Time to get started. Sup, nerds? Sorry for the long absence. I tried to take a vacation, and as I'm sure many of you have noticed, I did not necessarily succeed. Thank you, Silas, for the 5-bomb, by the way. Just saying hi to everyone else real quick, too. Oh, Discord ping, yeah. Let me go do that before I forget. Now it says, everyone live now, nerds talking about GPT-5. Yeah. Hopefully some non-AI stuff. What do you got for me here? I suppose I didn't open Notion. Give me one sec. Oh yeah, the Gemma 3 270 looks very interesting. Very small, and all of the things I've seen that model do have been weird. But it's cool that they made a model that small that works at all. I think I saw that it used 0.7% of a pixel's battery doing 25 conversations. And considering that taking 25 photos on a pixel will take like 5% of the battery, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, I was thinking about this one. There's echo. There should not be echo. You might just have this open in two places. No one else is saying that, so. Non-AI, what do you got for me? This could be fun, actually. At the very least, I want to read this. So into my raindrop it goes. Don't know why in fucking Firefox it always does this. Well, Zen, it's spinning wheels, but in Helium it doesn't. Whatever. Won't think too much about it. Yeah, in the ChatGPT site, there's the router, and they definitely are also trying to like restrict context to make things cheaper on that side. When the two worst people beef, it sucks because you're stuck agreeing with one of them, and I agree with Notch. Jonathan Blow is too busy fucking talking shit to actually ship anything. And like Notch whipped together one of the most important pieces of gaming in history in not much time. I'm not going to answer the net worth question because I actually don't know. I have so much of my like worth in startups that it's basically impossible to know. It's either a lot or nothing. I know that much at least. The Discord channel, the link from Discord should work. I don't really post too much in it. Sorry that I haven't been as involved in there. Let me thank all the subs, including edited here with the 10 bomb. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Ooh. This actually looks very promising. I always love covering the stuff the Zed guys do. Yeah, I'll read Simon's post about that just out of curiosity. Google Game Face. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate it. I should pay more attention to what's going on in the gaming world on Android. I used to be really into mobile gaming stuff, but it just like fell apart. I hope it's getting better. Let me thank everybody else I missed over here really quick. Not Tomb here with the 29 months. Pisoda here with the 36 months. 3 fucking years. Silas, good refreshing vacation? No. No. We lost Goldbug, second place. I'm still pissed about it. I'm afraid I have to ban for the random Proton link. That is far too sketchy. You can appeal the ban and I'll check it later if that was actually something reasonable. I just need to protect my community. Yeah, my vacations have to be work. It was a Rickroll. That I feel slightly bad about banning for it, but the sketchy Proton link is your first message. I have to protect the community. Very, very interesting stuff. Oh, thank you, Jacob. Appreciate you all. I have to check something here before I forget. 1 sec. And I think I'm done. Cool. Oh, gotta. You guys want to see something earlier that pissed me off? So I still have the GPT-5 Reasoning Alpha new reasoning. It has a weird ass name. GPT-5 Reasoning Alpha New Reasoning Effort SysPrompt 2025-0725. This is a version of GPT-5 that is a custom system prompt that the OpenAI people put in for use with Cursor specifically that may or may not fix my problems. I'm very excited to try it and see if it fixes said problems. Except for the fact that when I turn on my OpenAI key, it does the verifying load and then fails to verify, doesn't say anything, and then doesn't work. Did I miss a YouTube chat? Oh shit, I did. $25. Thank you for the latest video. Theo, your latest video hit hard. Thank you for being 100% real. That's what I'm here for. That I appreciate a ton. Thank you so much for the support, man. And to everybody else who's been positive on that video, that's been awesome. Really appreciate the kind words and support. It's nice now more than ever. I have 1,000 people watching on YouTube. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, thank you all for showing up. Oh fuck. I forgot to put up the X stream because there's no way to automate the process for it because X's platform is absolute garbage. Advanced content unavailable. Create. Post. Up nerds. Cool. That is now live. Sorry about that. More kind words. Thank you all again. Appreciate each and every one of you guys for the support today. MCP UI. Interesting. Very interesting concept. Good thing for me to look into later. JP, you should watch the video I posted, like, not the second most, but the third most recent video. It's about how, like, AI doesn't actually help us as devs. It talks about this a lot. Yeah, Sam versus Elon has been very funny. Let me link in here. Yeah. Yep, this is the key. It's not my responsibility, but it is my problem. That is a good way of putting it. I have to eat a lot of shit due to the nature of the role that I have. Is the Steam fake? No, I would not put the effort in for that. The tea is very much real. Oh, BetterOuth got hacked. Yeah, I need to do like a... I'm going to just straight up put together a like Theo's investments onboarding doc that I send to all of the companies I invest in that gives warnings about things like that, because it's very common. Oh, the GitHub departure is terrifying. I might actually cover that. That's one I'm going to have to think about for sure. What language should LLMs program? If you liked this article, I will almost certainly do a video about it if you think it's actually of quality. Yeah, BetterOuth's Twitter got hacked. Sorry. I'll be more careful. Is that really the bug? I have to turn on 4.0 to get it to verify? Oh, man. You're a fucking god for calling that out. Thank you, Sorrel. Thank you for that. But what? Fucking Christ. Writing software is hard. Let's see if this works now. Fuck. Oh, is that just like a warning? Will it work the second time? Okay. Please work. That's what I was scared of. Didn't think I would be able to. Oh, wait. Did it switch to high fast? Yeah, it switched to high fast. Fuck that. Stop before that cost me money. I want this. Fuck. Give me 1 sec. Okay, I'll show you guys what I'm seeing. Why not? Rip. Can select it, but it's dead. I want her back. I miss her. I am actually really thankful I filmed that video when I did, because otherwise I would never have had like proof that I was experiencing what I was experiencing. Anyways. I missed this one? Oh yeah, I got that. Good, just making sure. Let me thank all the subs. Sorry for the delay and all that. Oh shit, a huge cheer. Theo's the worst takes in tech. Heart. Appreciate that. I meet grass. Seriously, thank you for the support. Super kind. Then we got Denny Dev. When can we expect mobile app for T3 chat? We are starting the planning for it now. Hopefully we'll have a better timeline very soon. GPT-5, thankful God did. I'm super serious this time. Quality. GitHub alternative on @proto. Fascinating. Also a thing I am curious about. Not sure if this is a thing I would make a video on, but a thing that I'm curious about for sure. Chess with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for the gifts and all the support, guys. Really appreciate it. We got David with the 8 months of support, 9 months total. 80 Mouse here with the Prime. Silas with the gift early. Dogpaw Hat with the 37 months of support. Ben Dev with the Prime, 14 months in. Addy, good to see you, 32 months. CD with the 34. Floppy Copier with the 22. Ian Mitchell, good afternoon. Good to see you, man. 17 months of support. The Prime from JK Software. Dingly Dangly with the tier 1. Ever here with the 8 months. Edited, thank you again for the 10 bomb. Really appreciate that. Demo with the Prime. Meet Grass again with the 5,000 bits. Crazy support. Hibbo with the hi there. Thank you for the cheer. Malton with the Prime. Grona with the 5 months of support. G Martin with the 2 months of tier 1. Thanks for the latest video. Love your honesty. Don't become a grifter. I will do my best. The response has been good enough on that you guys have nothing to worry about for a while at the very least. 22 months from Isabel. Want to stop by and say hello. Thank you again for the cheer. Appreciate that. Heba. Stu with the tier 1. Chess with the 5 bomb. And Crespo with the Prime, or with the Prime sub. Thank you all. Did the EU do more things? Yeah, chat control. I covered that a little bit on Twitter. I don't know if I have a whole video's worth of content about that, sadly. Quality post. Very quality post. Oh shit, somebody's dropped a 50 bomb on YouTube. Thank you, RX, for that. Sadly, gifting on YouTube like breaks YouTube. And William joining the membership as well. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Alpha system prompt is Nectarine. No. Nectarine 725 had like 12 versions. But the system prompt version, the new -sys prompt, was specifically for Cursor. Like OpenAI and Cursor were trying really hard to make sure things worked well together, and they did. And now they don't. At least not as well as they did before. They're all working overtime to try and figure this out, but I just wish they could roll it back to where it was, because it was in a pretty good spot. It had ups and downs, but it was really good overall. I will say that throughout my time using it, it was pretty up and down. Like when I first tried it at the office, it was incredible. The next day, it was still incredible. The day after that, it got worse, but they made it better by the end of the day. It was up and down throughout. Yeah, I already clicked it. It's RX. I appreciate them a ton. Thank you so much again for the 50 bomb. Yeah, the GitHub CEO thing is pretty wild. I can put that one in. GitHub CEO steps down. Chaos ensues. I'll just do GitHub CEO steps down. Grab the link. Why is my computer going so hard right now? Why is Helium using so much resource? Oh, it's because YouTube chat sucks. That makes sense, actually. Keep doing. Oh, the double super chats. One of the people who was upset at the gpt-5 flying support, you want to apologize. Explanation video makes a lot of sense. Appreciate that a lot, Zeds. I've been pumped to see how many people have been reflecting and realizing like they got mad for reasons that didn't necessarily make sense. Appreciate all of you guys for understanding so much. Grab that link, throw that in here. Feature Windows at your corporate job. Oh boy. Claude and ChatGPT got banned. Hey, I'll take the win. Still working on the general purpose eval? Yes. I was trying to work on it on the flight, but got distracted. I will hopefully get to work on it a bit this weekend. Oh shit, huge cheer from Wild. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it a ton. You guys are being extra generous today. Thank you though, seriously. Appreciate all of you guys. We got Knobbly with the Prime. It's a Marcos with the Prime, Socre with the Prime, Jeth with the Prime, 2 months in, E-Rock with the Prime, Grand Web with the Prime, Way with the Prime, Miss Evelyn Lilly with the 14 months of support, Tier 3 as well. Thank you for that. Means extra. Hug here with the Prime as well. Oh, yeah, the AI dating thing is terrifying. Still finding GPT-5 follows instructions really well, but lost its design abilities. It's terrible. GPT-5 hallucinates everything now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that there is some amount of like the way our brains work that make us less likely to do this, but I think it's a good thing. I find that it's pretty easy to like follow the path people take to where they are. And if you just pay attention to what they do, what they care about, where they came from, it's pretty easy to understand why they think the things they think and why they do the things they do. There's nobody dating T3 chat because we don't have memory, and memory is a big part of how that type of behavior starts to pop up. Do we all have a different version of GPT-5? It honestly kind of feels that way. Oh, I have a post. I don't think any of the benchmarks really matter as much nowadays, honestly. Like, to be frank, most of the benchmarks don't perform great for Anthropic, but Anthropic's models are some of the best at code. But then there's the instruction following benchmarks like ifbench that OpenAI just kind of cooks everyone on. What's this? Oh. Well. There a T3 API in the works? Absolutely not. Yeah, I will say artificial analysis is one of my favorite sources. They keep things up to date relatively well, but benchmarks only show how well a model optimizes for a benchmark. Yeah, there's a good long context bench too. How well do models perform as you bloat context more and more? This one actually shows a lot of different models. That's pretty cool, actually. It only goes to 98K tokens, though, and Sonnet 4 just got bumped to allow up to 1 million. It'll be very interesting to see. I do want to actually read that. Let me... Thanks, subs. I missed while doing that all. We got Freduro here. Huggo. Well, I got you already, Wild, right? You didn't do 2 of those giant cheers. Okay, good. It is just that one. Just making sure. We got Frere here with the Prime. 2-3 Sierra with the Prime. Effect SVK 2 months in. Rich Quartz here with the 3 months. Dash of Nug Meat. I'm not going to reread that one with the Prime. Thank you. Pagulu with the cheers from Brazil. Thank you for that. The Retrosphere with the Prime as well. You guys are going crazy with the subs today. Really appreciate it. Can you kill copy pasting? Expects thinking tags. ChatGPT censors them no matter what. That's sad to hear. Normally, the way thinking works with the API is kind of weird with OpenAI, but yeah. Yeah, the 1 million context window is interesting. Gonna buff their profits quite a bit. Forked. Oh yeah, Samir, you updated that? Oh shit, somebody else was going to, but yeah, I would love for this to be community maintained. Ideally, just pull the prices from OpenRouter. This is so much better. Thank you. Useful. Saved. Thank you for that. Simon Wilson demos. Oh boy. After this, I need to actually hit the record button on the camera. Yeah, these models are tiny enough to like run in browsers and things, which is really cool. Yo, Dark Chip of Doom with the 5 bomb. Thank you for that. Runs cheats. Reach out for a memory paid service that periodically feeds chat logs to a model summarizing and prepends them. This is a lot of work, and we don't know if it'll actually improve anything, and no one's asking for it. So yeah, generally this is true, Hitesh, but I also keep a close eye on metrics. And I'll just show you guys the numbers. This is the worst like to dislike I've had in a minute. People did not like me not liking Anthropic, and most of the sentiment on that was that I am just being mean because I'm being paid. This is the thing that pushed me over the edge. The fact that I can give an honest take on something else, and that's now getting like dug because of something unrelated, that sucked. Because I've hated Anthropic for 6+ months now. Like, that's not a new take. OpenAI had nothing to do with that. But this was the thing that pushed me over the edge. Even the original GPT-5 video got like a 90% like dislike. Generally was well received. But the fact that this took a hit as a result of the other video just kind of pissed me off, and I needed to talk about it. Stu Loren with the 5 bomb. Thank you for that. Antonio with the prime. Leonardo with the prime. Alembic with the prime. Dark Chips is doing with the tier 3 as well as the gift bomb. Thank you for those both. Retrosphere with the prime. I think I got everyone. I can't review random things right now. I'm sorry. But bias goes both ways. You wouldn't receive the same Theo's pay comment if it was an Anthropic model. And you, yep. This is exactly true, Zach. There's a existing sentiment matters so much for these things. People like Anthropic, devs like Anthropic, even though they contribute nothing to open source. And devs hate OpenAI, even though they invented a lot of this tech and contribute a lot to open source. That imbalance is a real thing. And if you don't play into it, you're going to get seen as part of the enemy forces. Nah, fuck Firebase. I'll probably talk about the CEO thing. I think Perplexity trying to buy Google Chrome is them just doing basically anything to stay part of the conversation, because they're struggling to be part of the conversation right now. Missing your messages because I have a lot of stuff. Oh, because you're asking. I'm not fucking here to help you with support, man. Appeal the ban later. I'm not Twitter support. Jesus fucking Christ. I did actually use Perplexity for a bit when I got it for free, because I think it came with either my credit card or Uber or some shit. So I had it. Am I missing YouTube chat again? I'm sorry, guys. Want to feel GPT. God fucking damn it, YouTube chat. It's so broken. This is the problem with YouTube chat. It just fucking breaks. Like, I can't, and it's causing my computer to overheat. Like, I can't do anything about this. Oh, thank you, Kylark, for the $2. Really appreciate that. 5 Pro, I didn't use, so I don't know. What did I miss here? Yeah, I'm not against self-promo, but I'm absolutely against spamming your shit. And like, even with the self-promo, it should ideally be relevant and not annoying. And also, ideally, you're like a sub and a community member, not just showing up to show your thing. It's all vibes. 6-year-olds getting into skateboarding. Oh boy. Where do I even start? Bring him to a real skate shop to get his first real board. Helmet, absolutely. If you're looking for influencers to like be a positive role model, Andy Anderson is a really good role model for the kids right now. Love this dude. He's like kind of an everything skater where he skates like every style, every type of everything. Very versatile, very real. Wears a helmet, very positive, kind, sober, all the things you would want for like your role model for your kid. He's kind of like, he represents the modern Ronnie Mullen, but he actually is the modern Tony Hawk, the way that he like supports the whole scene and like makes shit happen. I love this man. He would be a really good like person for your kid to watch the YouTube videos of and be a fanboy of. But getting a real board's important. Like, I know he's a kid. You want to get him a child board. Go to a skate shop and get like the smallest real board you can for him. The skate shop like employees will help out. There's nothing that's more hype as a skate shop worker than seeing a kid come in genuinely so excited to get their first board. It's the coolest thing in the world. Yeah. Real wheels, real bearings, real trucks, real deck. It'll last for a long ass time for a kid of that size, and it will set them up for success longer term because they will not have to go from like a kiddie board to a real board. They can just stay on it and slowly bump up the size as well. Good luck with it. I know, Chaco, you're good. Don't worry. I checked your history because I was confused because I know you don't have, like, you're not, I don't even know what you're working on. You don't self-promo at all. Oh boy, Android getting less support. What a surprise. We'll definitely do projects in the future. I have a lot of plans for it. I've just been fucking busy beyond belief. GPT-5 is currently running on OpenAI APIs. Might change it in the future. V8. Ooh. This is almost certainly a video. In the list that goes. Thank you for that one. Oh shit, Lakshay, no worries at all. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I agree with this. Apple and Anthropic are definitely on a high horse and need to get off it. Eval harness? Yeah, DM me on Twitter. We can talk about it later. Yeah, I have it. I will open up my fucking to-do list. I have a meme and I have us chatting is like the only two things on my to-do list right now. So I am taking it seriously. Oh, you have no idea how deep I was on skating. Somebody made a chat thing, but it doesn't work on Firefox. Not because of them, but because of Firefox. I'll probably get that figured out later, but later. Need to convince Lakshay to do what? Oh, lol. I already, not only do people care about jQuery, I did the big video on jQuery 4 already. I did an awesome video on jQuery 4. I was gonna film the T3 chat clonathon video yesterday, but then everything exploded. Oh, I appreciate this a lot, single guy. Thank you for the support. Yeah, I have a video on the ID verification. It's already up. You're not muted, well, there you are, right there. Let me get us going. You Danger Dev, if less than 3, and Dark Wii U for the support. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. From React Native to Flutter. This is from 2022. That's not a fucking video. Sorry. Let's get this recording going. Offset 004350. Yeah, we're now going. Reroll the real reason T got hacked. The real reason T got hacked is because they don't know how to build servers. They don't know how to build backends. They know how to build mobile apps, kind of, maybe. GPT-5 via VS Code API is way better. Interesting. I was trying it in Cursor yesterday, and or not in Cursor. I was trying it yesterday in Copilot, and it kind of sucked. So, not sure, but I will check that after stream. I promise. Thank you, Rug Slug, Killer Duty, and Jordan, all for the support. There's a lot of layers to why GPT-5 is worse. I've talked about most of them in my video. Understand that you haven't caught up, no worries. But TLDR is that the website version sucked because they had the auto router that changes which version of GPT-5 and how much thinking it's allowed to do based on your prompt, and it's not very good. On top of that, the cursor implementation, which is what I was using for the most part, they keep changing on the cursor side how it works. And they also had a special version in the API that had a custom system prompt that is not the one being used by Cursor, and that version isn't as good. It was pretty good for the first 2 days. It seems to have regressed significantly since. How Convex works is a legendary post. Very, very good. I do kind of want to do the current state of my stack video. This will be a fun one to do today. Let's write shit down. Next or Vite depends on need for SSR, SSG. Vercel for hosting still. Convex. WorkOS or Clerk. Very excited for better auth on Convex though. Tailwind still. Let's do Tailwind plus Shad CN. Things I love still, but don't need as much. React Query. TRPC. RSCs. Drizzle. I was just thinking something else. Effect. Effect sometimes. Yeah. Not quite the same way. GPT-4 was very different. Like times were insanely different at the time. I saw the Wikipedia loss on the Online Safety Act. Sucks, but not much to do. Rise of Hano? Potentially, actually. I'll put that in the list. The slow rise of Hano. A bit lower. Let's organize this. I want to really focus on non-AI stuff this stream as much as possible. State of browsers could be fun. I haven't been using Astro much, so I don't really have anything to say. This is very interesting. Tansec Start plus Hano is there and there. Or Tansec Router plus Hano. Interesting. This is really cool. I'm more and more hyped on the better T-Stack stuff. I definitely need to like reach out and find some more formal collaboration there. Every time I see a new iPhone design leak, I don't like it, and then it comes out and I end up liking it a lot because Apple does a better job of presenting it than the leaks do, so I'll probably wait till then. I do not agree with this at all. I do not agree with this in the slightest. I've been trying to go back to the Claude models the last few days, and it's been killing me. I fucking hate using them now. Even the like slightly gimped GPT-5 experience is better than my experience with Claude. Yeah, I'm familiar with how Convex works post. It's really cool. Oh, the Stack Overflow dev survey come out? When did this drop? Sorry. Worse than Mickey trackpad. There we go. Cool. Yeah, I'm 50-50 on if I care enough to cover this. This isn't that different. Like, just hitting it over the API is the same exact thing as that. Like, the API is fine. Yeah, Convex Better Off is making a lot of progress. They're working hard on this right now. I'll drop this in my state of my stack notes. If we're doing that, it's got to be a priority. Current state of my stack. I have not had any luck with the coil wine, sadly. Problem for later. One last thanking of subs, and we're going to start filming something. Rug Slug, Killer Duty, Jordan, Trogui, Jordan Fall or Fails, and Why Tummy Live. Thank you all for the support. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Supabase versus convex is pretty easy. I don't recommend Supabase because of various reasons, and I do recommend convex. If you really just want Postgres, Supabase is one of the more reasonable ways to just spin up Postgres for free or cheap. If you're using Supabase for their APIs, SDKs, and all that, you're fucked. Convex is a better way to think about your backends. The nothing phone companies, YouTube is not a good example. Eva gets all excited when you talk about Supabase. If hackers get excited when you mention a platform and not developers, you know there's a problem there. Yeah, it does seem like TanStackDB's made a ton of progress. Oh shit, Svei with the raid. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. The fun of streaming on a different day. I have all sorts of people raiding. That's going to be really fun. Thank you for that. For those who don't know, I'm Theo. I'm the guy who just got cooked for both getting in beef with FFmpeg and also being the OpenAI shill. Chaos, but making the most of it. Just got back from DEF CON. Thank you for asking about that, Eva. It was chaos, but very good chaos. I enjoyed it for the most part, minus having to deal with all the other stuff at the same time. We came in second place for Gold Bug, and I'm still pissed about it. Yeah, I filmed the video on the FFmpeg thing. I might refilm it because I was a little spicier than I wanted to be in it. Might even film that today on stream. Yeah, I said you couldn't make it out, Eve. I'm sure you'll make it next year. We need the help on Gold Bug. I'm all hands on fucking deck next year. I'm going on like a recruiting spree to find the best of the best to build the best possible fucking team so we don't lose next year. Because we lost to a team with like 30 people on it, and we had 10-ish, but like 4 were working on it the whole time. The other 6 were doing lots of other shit. The true people were mad at me because of GPT. Yes, this is very true. Look at my comments on like any of my recent videos if you want proof. Stop spamming Night Owl. Your text is stored in our database. If you send us an ID, we can find that chat. Yes, because we need the plain text history in order to send messages to the providers. FFmpeg is incredible. FFmpeg is one of the most important and essential pieces of technology ever made. I'm a massive defender of FFmpeg, the technology. The Twitter account I have some issues with. Another article on this. I'll throw this in as well. This would be the only priority thing, so let's do that. Cool. I think we're ready to get started. Let's start filming. Thank you all on YouTube for showing up, by the way. We're going to start with the GitHub news, see where we end up after. Convex better auth component has some latency. Good to know. Marker. GitHub. CEO steps down. Yeah. I am annoyed about the performance on this machine right now. How do I get to the is there a like performance monitor in Zen / in Firefox? Is it activity monitor here? Okay. Did that just kill Zen? No, it didn't. Okay. Not what I was looking for. Whatever. I think YouTube chat's just cooking me about processes. Sort by CPU. Yeah, it's the YouTube. Also, it hasn't been this hot in a fucking minute, so just trying to keep an eye on that. Whatever, I just hit the record, so we gotta start recording. Crunch. God. What side is that on? Oh, it's my stream deck is a little bit of white. There we go. Here's a little chaotic. We can make the most of it. I'm feeling pretty good. Let's start. The day has finally come. A day I've been scared of for a very long time. What was it? When did GitHub buy Microsoft? Or Microsoft buys GitHub? Would have been nice the other way. Go if there was a date on that. 7 years. That's what I thought. Cool. The day has finally come. A day I've been scared of for a while. 7 years ago, GitHub was acquired by Microsoft. And for the most part, Microsoft's been a pretty good steward of GitHub, primarily because they've allowed GitHub to operate independently. That just changed. The CEO of GitHub has stepped down, and GitHub is now part of Microsoft in a much more direct way. This is a scary change. Let me find his Twitter. How long was Thomas CEO for? Since 2021. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Thomas has been CEO of GitHub since 2021. He took the role from Nat. Did a really good job. Or I don't necessarily. I've generally been impressed with Thomas's focus on the community and being part of things. He's the first GitHub CEO that followed me and would hit me up about things. Generally speaking, I've had very positive interactions with Thomas and for the most part with the GitHub team as a whole, which says a lot because I tear GitHub to shreds all of the time. He was one of the reasons that I was hopeful GitHub could turn it around, that they could take the incredible opportunity they have and turn it into something magical and not just a hotbed for the name Copilot and random AI stuff. This change has me very, very scared. I don't know what the future of GitHub is going to look like, but I do want to break down all of the different paths I see going forward, the biases that I've seen from people at Microsoft, and the concerns I have about where this all might end up going. I have a lot to dig into here. I don't got any good joke for the transition, so let's just do a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive into all the things I'm thinking about the future of GitHub. Is this the end of GitHub? An important question that we will hopefully be able to answer by the end. Let's start by reading these official posts, both the TechCrunch and Verge, as well as the announcement from Thomas directly. After nearly 4 years as CEO, I'm leaving GitHub to become a startup founder again. With more than 1 billion repos and forks, 150 million plus devs, and Copilot continuing to lead the most thriving market in AI with 20 million users and counting, GitHub has never been stronger than it is today. Most thriving market with 20 million users is a bit bold when ChatGPT is 1 billion, but sure. Here's the official post. screaming through this quick. This is the important detail about why Thomas left. I know a lot of people are going to be reading into this thinking he's leaving as a sinking ship and whatnot. Does Thomas leaving imply that the future of GitHub is darker than it was before? Absolutely yes. But not in the sense that he's leaving because it's bad, so much as him leaving is bad. But his leaving is for a reason that isn't as malicious or potentially negative as people seem to think. I've seen this sentiment a lot from founders recently. A lot of us started our companies because we love building on the ground floor and making things happen at unbelievable scales. Tom is one of those people. He hasn't been able to do that for a long time. His responsibilities have been growing, and his ability to work on the ground floor has been shrinking. And right now, with AI and all the crazy stuff going on in the general developer ecosystem, there's never been a better time to make a startup or build a company. And I can only imagine how much the strings of, or I can only imagine how much the strings are tugging on his heart to get back to that if that's the world he came from and he sees what's going on now. It's just, if that's what you want to do, now is a very tempting time to do it. I fully take his word when he says this. I believe this is what he really wants to do. Hopefully he'll accept a check from me because I would love to back Tom. Bunch of marketing mumbo jumbo. Bunch of glazing of Copilot, the usual. Anything interesting in the other articles? Yeah. Okay, these are important details. Let's do a quick order of events of things GitHub has done, because I think it will help a lot. GitHub originally started... Oh, I can try using flow type here. Or whisper flow, sorry. Yeah. GitHub started as a way for the Ruby community to share their projects. That was really convenient. Yeah. To this day, a lot of GitHub is still built on Ruby on Rails. Rails represented a huge shift in how people built and how they thought about what they were building. This idea of like a full stack application for the web was a huge positive shift for the industry. I know I'm not the biggest Rails guy, but I will always defend it as changing the way we thought about how we build applications. All the technology I know and love today would have been delayed, if ever coming out, if it wasn't for Rails and the era that it ushered in. And one of the things the Rails community really pushed was the idea of open source tools and technologies, that the pieces that you were building with were open source and that you were assembling them together almost like Linux style. At the same time, Git had become a thing and was starting to get a bit of attention. And GitHub was an attempt to take this Git thing, put it on the servers. And Git was intended to take this Git thing, take this Rails thing, smash them together so there's a place for all the Rails code to go. And it just blew up beyond anyone's wildest dreams and expectations. And that's how GitHub started. They have iterated and built a ton of important things since, but the ones I want to focus on are going to be a bit interesting. I know a bunch of you guys are old, but Atom was really important. Atom was an attempt to take what was great about Sublime Text and make it more open and accessible to the greater developer community and ecosystem. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make these text boxes instead. Cool. If you don't remember Atom because you're young, I get it. Atom was an IDE built with web technologies by GitHub. There was a lot of reasons why. The biggest one, by far, was that Sublime Text was doing very well, had a thriving ecosystem of extensions, but the editor itself was closed source and paid. And GitHub wanted something that they could more easily build features into, build around, and put on GitHub. It made a lot of sense for GitHub, the developer tool, to have a editor platform as well. And they built Atom to be that. One of those important pieces of Atom wasn't actually Atom itself, it was the tech it was built around. GitHub made Electron because they had web developers primarily at the company and wanted a way to make an editor that worked on all platforms. The combination of what GitHub wanted, or the combination of GitHub's existing staff and the desire to make something for all platforms led them to trying to wrap Chrome and eventually making what we now know as Electron. Electron started as part of Atom and has obviously gone way far beyond what we ever would have imagined could have come out of an AI. Electron was originally part of Atom and has obviously gone significantly further than we ever would have imagined. As I showed on here, Atom's been dead for 3 years now, and Electron is stronger than ever. Electron is a great showcase of how GitHub can build important fundamental technologies, even if they don't tend to do it very often nowadays. But something very interesting happened. Atom showcased how powerful a easy to contribute to platform for your code editor could be. But at the same time, it sucked. Not necessarily because GitHub was really bad, but building a good performant IDE is it's just a hard challenge. And they went in with a bunch of web experience and tried to build an editor and did an okay job. Microsoft, whether or not you like them, are some of the best IDE developers in the world. The standard Visual Studio suite is one of the best IDEs ever made. It's so good that it has basically allowed .NET to coast. It's almost the opposite of iOS, where the Apple platform is so valuable that people feel the need to build for it, so they're stuck with Xcode. Visual Studio is so good, people deal with .NET. The Visual Studio team, and more importantly, the Visual Studio mindshare at Microsoft, saw what was going on with Atom and with Electron, and decided they would dive in and give it a shot themselves. Microsoft made VS Code largely based on what they saw with Atom. Microsoft's goal with VS Code was to bring their experience, build a great editor, make it as similar to what people liked about Atom as possible without compromising on their goals, and make sure they don't lose this new minimal extensible editor war. Because up until then, editors kind of fell on one of two different sides. There were the super minimal terminal tools, things like standard Vim. This is even kind of pre-Neo Vim. So things like Vim, even VI, basic text editors. You had Sublime Text here, because it technically was extensible, but they didn't really want you to extend it much. And then you had stuff like Visual Studio, like JetBrains, Eclipse, all the classics on that side. And more, the space in the middle was getting interesting and getting competitive. And Atom really landed square in the middle here. And Microsoft realized if the industry moves towards the center of the editor wars, they're kind of screwed because they don't have anything in between here. And they decided, okay, we'll compete. VS Code. And VS Code absolutely slaughtered Atom. It showed that it proved that being Electron-based doesn't mean your shit is slow. It proved that you can make a good text editor experience inside of the browser, inside of web technologies. And it proved that there's a huge demand for quality tools with an ecosystem that's extensible. So much so that there are now multiple billion-dollar startups that have built around literally just forking VS Code. So why are we talking so much about VS Code when I'm supposed to be talking about GitHub. Because VS Code killed Atom, and Atom was arguably one of the last big innovations that came out of GitHub. And I honestly believe a big part of why Microsoft acquired GitHub was Electron. Electron was becoming more and more essential to development on Windows. It was becoming more and more essential to their positioning in the developer space. And this is also around the Microsoft Heart. This is also in the Microsoft Hearts Linux era, for those who remember. This is a real picture from a real presentation that the CEO of GitHub gave. They were trying so hard to win back developers. VS Code was proof of that. Microsoft Hearts Linux was part of that. And of course, the GitHub acquisition was a huge part of that. Microsoft really, really wanted it. Microsoft really, really wanted to not lose devs because they knew that would destroy their business entirely. And as they were investing more heavily in Azure, as they were investing more heavily in VS Code, GitHub becoming part of Microsoft made a ton of sense. On one hand, it was buying sentiment. On another hand, it was plugging a real gap in their ecosystem. There's a lot of layers to it, but I do think this made a lot of sense. And to this day, I'll still defend this acquisition. I know there's a lot of people who are just scared and upset whenever big company buys small company. I don't know if any other big company would have been a better steward of GitHub than Microsoft, especially when you consider other things going on around the same time, like TypeScript. Microsoft was trying really hard to be a meaningful player in this new world, this new ecosystem. And I do honestly think they ran GitHub pretty well, especially at the start, because they weren't really running GitHub. They were funding GitHub. They owned GitHub. But as was very clearly stated in a lot of these other things, GitHub was run independently up until this point. And this is where things start to get interesting, because previously GitHub was an independent business within Microsoft, but they ran themselves separately. They collaborated a lot. Now, GitHub and its leadership team will continue its mission as part of Microsoft's Core AI organization. That's a big shift. What happened there? Well, GitHub did have one last big innovation. This one was from the office of the CTO this one came from the office of the CTO at GitHub. Copilot. Copilot was one of the first tools to take advantage of the power of the new GPT models, refine and fine-tune one to be better at code, and then build it into VS Code. Copilot blew me away at the time. You can check my old videos of when I used it to compete in Advent of Code and got a leaderboard position because it auto-completed 2 functions for me. Copilot changed our understanding of how AI tools can benefit us as developers. It was a huge stepping stone, not necessarily in quality or anything like that, but in showing us what the UX of these things could look like. And it really kickstarted this modern AI race in ways we never would have thought. It also became a brand name that was really powerful. There's a thing that Microsoft does quite a bit, which is when a product does well or a brand does well in one of their sub-organizations, they pull it in. Someone actually brought up the other time this happened in chat. Cortana. Cortana was the AI. Cortana was the, I don't even know what you'd call her in Halo. She was like the assistant virtual intelligence character that a lot of the game is built around. Very positive sentiment about her in the video game community. And since obviously Microsoft owns the Halo IP, since Microsoft really wanted positive branding, with the Windows 10 launch, they introduced Cortana as part of Windows as like a voice assistant for doing things on your computer. And it bombed hard. But that was just another example of Microsoft taking a brand that went well for something inside of another Microsoft business and then pulling it over to Microsoft Core. And as you've all probably seen by now, they have done the same with Copilot. Let's see what comes up first if we Google search Copilot. Oh, look at that. Microsoft Copilot, your AI companion, Copilot chat, Microsoft 365, or Microsoft 365 Copilot chat, Microsoft 365 Copilot overview, or Microsoft 365 Copilot overview, your AI companion, Microsoft Edge. And then after we see GitHub Copilot. This is what Microsoft does. They get, or when a thing does well, the product leads, managers, execs, and everyone else at Microsoft's like, oh, that seems to be resonating. How many sticks do we have to beat this horse? They don't even check it for a pulse. They just see a horse they didn't see, and they're like, oh, let's go. And that's how we end up here. And now whenever I boot my stream computer that I record all my videos on, I get a new novel error screen as Copilot tries and fails to launch. Yeah. Not great. That said, I have felt relatively isolated from that mess beyond it fucking up my stream computer. Because, and this is another potentially really hot take, I really, really like the VS Code team. I have had awesome interactions with those guys forever now. There's a lot of overlap between the VS Code team and the TypeScript team. And before I had any platform at all, Daniel Rosenwasser was open to DMs on Twitter. I hit him up about some performance issues we were having with giant TypeScript projects at Twitch. Not performance on the user side, but performance in our editors, our build tools, and whatnot. And Daniel was super receptive to me as like a mid-level engineer, just reaching out with 15 followers on Twitter asking for some help. And he was awesome to work with. We ended up booking a call between the TypeScript team and like 3 different teams at Twitch to try and improve our performance, get really into project references, all these types of things. They're awesome to work with. And to this day, I still chat with Daniel Rosenwasser and a bunch of the other guys over at Microsoft regularly. And this guy. Just one small example of how much this team cares and why I like them. This one's from literally last night. I posted about how GPT-5 wasn't performing as well as in Cursor as it did when I was first using it. Where is his post? Might have been one of the sub replies. Let me, probably here. Here it is. Burke from the VS Code team replied, asking if I could replicate the weird behaviors I was seeing in code. So I tried. I said, I'll give this a shot. 1 sec. I did. And the results weren't good. It leaked the gradient and just wasn't the model I was used to. It just wasn't performing as well. He replies, I love this reply. It's a small thing, but if you're a brand or a person that's trying to like win over people like me on Twitter, you can learn a lot from Burke because he's chill. That's the biggest thing here. Okay, now, and just humor me here, using insiders, add these 2 settings and run it again. So I did, because this was a very kind ask, and and just humor me here. Good. I tried it, got stuck in the searching text for like 5 minutes, but the fact that we had this like real back and forth publicly, because he could have DM'd me to try and hide it, he could have done a lot of other different things, but the fact that like the Microsoft VS Code team is willing to have the conversation publicly that can make them look bad, that they're willing to roll the risk because they care more about learning the information and it being public than they care about being grilled. It's a really positive sign. And I've had such great interactions with these guys. I'm actually going to be, or I don't even know if this is public yet or not. I don't think I signed anything for it, but I'll be hanging with them in September. I'll say that much. And remember, I'm an investor in one of their biggest competitors. I'm an investor in Cursor. I am also an investor in Microsoft. I have a lot of money there in my like general savings and portfolio, but I'm invested in a competitor and they don't treat me any differently. They have been genuinely great to work with. The VS Code team's awesome. The TypeScript team's awesome. Rosenwasser, Burke, all those guys have been great to work with. They care a lot. And here is where the takes start to get spicier. The VS Code and Copilot teams care more than GitHub Core does. Yeah, I don't know how else to put it. I just don't see this level of care, thought, grind, or innovation on the GitHub platform. GitHub has the opportunity to just absolutely destroy this shift into a new era of software dev. They could be the key to push things forward. They have so much opportunity, and they're taking none of it. And I see some skepticism in chat, like, this is because Microsoft wanted to make it paid. I would argue the opposite. One of the first things Microsoft did when they acquired GitHub was make it so you could have private repos for free. I no longer need to be on the pro tier, which was huge. Microsoft wanted the sentiment more than anything from GitHub, but they don't know how to maintain it. I don't think GitHub understands developers well enough to make GitHub the platform something that devs continue to love and find more value in over time. I think it's become such an essential piece of the developer world that it's been allowed to coast for a long time. There's a concept I've had for a bit that I don't really know how to put into words. I've been thinking about this a lot, definitely not because of a specific drama that happened recently, but the idea of what I call, for now, borrowed sentiment is what I'll say. Or should I say legacy sentiment? I like that more. Legacy sentiment. This concept that I've been trying to put into words is a thing that happens when you are so far ahead at a point and so much more positive, so much more understanding of the community that you have well-earned positive sentiment and then you get to keep it for way longer than you might otherwise be reasonably expected to. My favorite example of this by far is Firefox. Firefox, in a lot of ways, saved the web. And Firefox in its current state is a bit of a disaster. But people still love it and plug it and defend the shit out of it, even though it's a disaster, because they know how good it was and what it represented at the time, and in their head it still represents that. And I get it. I understand why they would feel that way. I felt that way too. But now there are better browsers that are also open source that might not have the same mindset as Firefox does, but fucking Mozilla doesn't either. We've seen that in enough drama at this point. I'm going to turn up the AC quick, 'cause I'm fucking cooking. It's like 83 degrees in here. Cool. Another example I think about far too much is VLC. Pre-VLC, if you wanted to play a video, you'd have to install all the right codecs, one of many different players, hope they play nicely together, and maybe the video will play. VLC was great because it kind of baked everything into one application, one exe you could download, and it would play everything. That's not really the case anymore. VLC is slowly falling apart. Oh boy. Hopefully me saying this isn't going to get a bunch of annoying comments from people that I don't have beef with, as it may have somewhat recently. But yeah, you get the idea. And I would argue GitHub is another one of these cases. I saw your comments, Faye. You are right that having browser engine diversity is a very important thing. But the important part of that browser engine diversity is that the different engines are good. So what did I miss from Canada? I need to give you VIP. I hear Firefox, I instantly stop zoning out. Very you. Yeah. The reason I'm bringing this up is a lot of companies have this. The reason I'm bringing this up is there's a lot of people who will stand behind a thing that might not be serving them properly anymore, simply because it did so well in the past, and they don't have enough of a reason to leave. And I think that's the case with all of these. GitHub isn't good, but it's good enough. VLC isn't good, but it plays most of your pirated videos fine. Firefox might not know how to render a gradient, but it can render your inbox fine, so you don't really care that much. These things are able to coast because they have the sentiment from the past, and the pain points aren't big enough for people to move. And GitHub in particular has a big edge in that it is universal. It is where you expect code to be. If it's not on GitHub, it's reasonable to assume it's not open source. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. But that's reality. Because of that, Microsoft has been able to coast. GitHub has not had to innovate in meaningful ways. They have flubbed around, made mistakes, and fixed them for the most part, but they haven't really added anything that I use regularly. I cannot remember the last time GitHub introduced a feature that has become part of my workflow on GitHub. Maybe Actions, but even then, there's other companies. Two of my sponsors who have also invested in are Depot and Blacksmith. These guys are building alternative infra for GitHub Actions that is half the price and significantly faster. It's hard for me to recommend anybody use GitHub Actions through GitHub when you could use them through Blacksmith with one line of code change, and same with Depot, especially if you're building Docker images with Depot. They will make your Docker builds absurdly fast. Both are great companies. And they are taking out one of the edges that GitHub has. And then when it comes to the user experience, there's Graphite. That's not what I'm trying to do. Can I just go to the homepage? Signed out. We'll just auto. There we go. Cool. Yeah. And then there's Graphite, who is, I've referred to Graphite as, imagine if GitHub didn't give up and like kept innovating. Like imagine if GitHub cared. These guys built a significantly better experience on top of GitHub, still uses GitHub repos, still uses GitHub behind the scenes, but you can now use a better code review platform, but they built a better code review platform. They took PR seriously. They took the way that we stack our work up, the way we request reviews, even just like, let me open my real browser. Even just like having a priority view like this that is useful and works, an actual inbox instead of the shit show that is notifications on GitHub. Actual hotkeys for sneaking around things, to open and close sidebars. It's so much better. And it just makes you think, like, imagine if GitHub cared enough to do that. But they don't. They'll occasionally Hail Mary a random side project. Like Copilot wasn't meant to be a big thing. It was an Office of the CTO side project on a different blog from their main blog. It just went way better than anyone expected and has now not just become GitHub's like core brand. It's now a core product and branding for all of Microsoft. And I think that's what's going on here. The biggest thing GitHub has provided to Microsoft in the last 5 years has been Copilot. That is how GitHub now, or that is how Microsoft now sees GitHub, is through the lens of Copilot. Things like VS Code and TypeScript aren't really GitHub teams. For my understanding, the majority of the people working on both of those came from Microsoft, not from GitHub. GitHub's value is hosting everyone's code, developers liking it, and the Copilot and AI branding. And Microsoft is choosing to triple down on that, which is kind of scary because their attempts have not been very good. I tried the GitHub vibe coder, Spark. It did not perform particularly well. I was very disappointed with Spark. It was probably the worst vibe coding tool I've used other than maybe the Firebase one. They're pretty bad in their own unique ways. Cannot recommend using it. It's just not there. And that's the direction they seem to want to focus on because their attempts to innovate and iterate, and that seems to be the direction they want to focus on because their attempts to iterate, that seems to be the direction they want to focus on because their attempts to invest on the developer side on GitHub have not went very well. And they did have a thing go well once with the AI side. So it seems like that's what they want to do. And that's why the call out here happened. GitHub will be part of the Microsoft Core AI organization. On one hand, this is good because, as you can all guess, the Core AI organization at Microsoft has a shitload of funding. But on the other side, it's scary because now GitHub's incentives, GitHub's role and goal at Microsoft, the thing that the GitHub team reports on, the thing that their like metrics are, the measurements, that everything that matters to GitHub, their KPIs, are all now being reported to a team named Core AI. So if you're working on things at GitHub that aren't directly AI related, you're no longer really contributing to the mission of the organization you're part of. And that's kind of scary. The Core AI team's a new team led by former Meta executive Jay Parekh. Includes Microsoft Platforms and Tools Division, as well as the Div team, with a focus on building an AI platform and tools for both Microsoft and its customers. This also means there's no longer a single leader or CEO of GitHub. That is a huge thing. GitHub is now a team at Core AI. There's no CEO of GitHub. There's no exec running GitHub. They're a team that's part of this other thing. And this team's going to be very focused on building AI developer tools. I'm not really sure what this ends up meaning for GitHub long term. My gut feel is not good, though. I've already felt like GitHub is slowly rotting. It just kind of sucks to use. Like, if you think GitHub is fine, you haven't reviewed a big PR on it anytime recently, because it's rough. It has not been a good experience for a while. It's fallen so far behind, I don't know if it can catch up, and I don't think they're trying either. I think they're trying to go a different direction. On the bright side, if you work at or invested in one of the competitors, like Blacksmith, Depot, Graphite, GitLab, anything other than Bitbucket, you're in a pretty good spot right now. But yeah, this is scary. I'm concerned. And this isn't even touched on my hottest take, and I will not be going into this any further. Maybe another video. Let me know in the comments if it should be. I don't think Git's the right primitive for AI source control. Git is really good for humans to collaborate. Git is not a good experience for AI agents to. And it feels like we've been trying to force AI agents into Git instead of the other way around. What if we tried to rethink the way we manage our sources? Or what if we tried to rethink how we do source control around the fact that every commit could have multiple different things working on it? What if we had a way to handle merge conflicts that didn't involve throwing everything at the wall and praying? GitHub isn't well positioned for the AI future because Git isn't well positioned for the AI future. And since GitHub is built entirely around Git, they are not at any more of an advantage as anyone else. It's kind of my smartphone analogy I always give. Imagine back in the day, you realized smartphones are obviously the future. These devices are getting more and more powerful every day. 3G and now 4G are making it so you can connect anywhere in the world. It's obvious that mobile is the future. So you're betting on that. You know mobile's the future. You're going to be first. You're going to be ready to go. So you go all in on building Java applets for the Kyocera Echo and the BlackBerry. How much better off are you than somebody who got into iOS development 2 years after the App Store? I would argue you're worse off. This is the problem. GitHub being so far ahead on source control means that it might not be well positioned for a new era of how source code is built and written. One last thing. I can't not call it out. Jay Gold here from Graphite called out that they are hiring. So yeah, if you like these videos, you like the stuff, maybe consider that opportunity. FaZe, don't put this in the video. This is more for stream because the stream audience is who you guys really want. Yeah. I think that's all I have to say. I'm not telling you guys to move off GitHub right now, But I would make sure you have your repos in a few other places just in case, especially if you care a lot about them. And it seems like a good opportunity to really put the pedal to the metal and get GitHub a bit scared, because I don't think they have it in them to keep up anymore. VS Code will keep up. TypeScript will keep up, and possibly even Excel. Copilot could very well continue growing and doing well, but I don't think GitHub is well positioned right now. Let me know what you guys think about this take. Am I way off base or am I pretty on point? Until next time, peace, nerds. If you think your learnings of what makes good apps on BlackBerry will carry over to iOS, then you don't understand BlackBerry iOS apps or users. If you went all in building BlackBerry apps, you are fucked when the iPhone comes out. That's just obvious. A lot of that database innovation actually happened at YouTube originally, and the people who built it there went to GitHub. I think GitLab could catch up for sure. They have a chance. Is this the new Gemma model? Omogen 4? Is it on FAL? I know Imagen 4 has been preview for a bit, but is this, like, what's changed? Is this just like they marked it differently now? That's not an announcement. Yeah, no announcement post. I think they just changed its flag. This isn't a real change. As I said, potentially a separate video in the future. You can learn about how to build a good mobile app from cooking if you define it as there's some overlap between the two. I think that BlackBerry dev and iOS dev have about as much in common as riding a skateboard does with iOS dev. If anything, I would argue you could learn more about making good apps from skateboards than you could about it from building on BlackBerry. Like, you don't understand how bad those apps were, clearly. Now, Imagen 4 Ultra has been a thing. In fact, here is my image studio, and I can put in here Imagen 4 Ultra because it's been a thing for a minute. 2 corgis getting into a taxi cab in Brooklyn. Shot on iPhone. And if all goes well, there we go. Yeah, Imagen 4 Ultra has been a thing for a minute. Cool. What to talk about next? Have I missed monetizations? Oh, did fucking YouTube chat break and freeze fucking again? I might have to just move it off of Firefox. because it's just so broken in Firefox. I might just have to check on YouTube chat in Chrome. Can I just copy the link from here? Yeah, I'm just going to have to do this because it doesn't destroy my machine here. Sorry, YouTube chat. Blame YouTube. Let me think. Fan fundings that I missed. They'll absolutely be doing their best to make GPT-5 as good as it was when I was testing it. Thumbnail has been especially helpful. Today's your 15th birthday. I don't know how helpful my startup content could possibly be for you at 15, but congrats. Keep grinding. Sure you'll end up somewhere awesome before you even know it. Finish school, though. School's important. Yeah, I addressed the 50 gifted. Let's see what I missed here. Thank you, Trogui. Regardless, appreciate that. Jordan Fails with the Prime. Why Tell Me Live with the Prime. Shines Love with the 18 months of support, missing the Horizon models. I feel you there. It's Say MVN with the tier 1 for 2 months. Over the Mic with the Prime. Clumsy asking, what version was I using that had good results? It was the custom 725 new reasoning effort system prompt was the name of it. But it had a custom system prompt for cursor, which is why it was behaving so well. Dan Vale here, 16 months in. Always good to see you, man. Hope all is well. Wouter here, 37 months in. Crazy how long that is. 3 years now. Justy with the Prime. Devin Who. Always good to see you, man. I had no idea you were around. Thanks for stopping by. Fucking legend. Thank you for the 5 months of support, man. Hope you're doing okay. We got Pleb here. Missed the GPT-5 discussion. Yeah, I'm not going to make a video on it today, but I'll be talking about it randomly throughout the stream for sure. Fenfile here with the Prime. Thank you so much for that. Why Chrome over Edge? I'm not even using Chrome. I'm using Helium. I don't use Edge because it's not good. It's fine. Like, Edge did a lot right. It's just not quite where I want it to be. Fenfy, thank you for the sub. 6 months in, too. Festering Streak, and you just turned 21. Congratulations. I need to think a lot more about the VTuber. That's scary. Is there a browser company thing? Yeah, finally, browser companies charging money. Good for them. What do you have for me here? Oh, I did actually bookmark this. GitHub will never require a subscription. Actually, I'm going to do a bit of extra for GitHub video. I want to emphasize that point. I'm going to put this before I had that on the screen. Yeah. This is during the legacy sentiment part phase. One thing I really do want to emphasize here is that a large part of why GitHub was acquired was the positive sentiment with developers. Microsoft doesn't want to lose that. They aren't investing in gaining more of it with GitHub. That much is pretty clear, but they are scared of losing it. So I can't imagine them doing something stupid like making all of GitHub paid or putting more things behind paywalls. They are generally very generous with GitHub because a huge part of why they acquired it was to make developers like them. It's almost like a marketing expense more than anything. So if your concern is that they're going to lock down GitHub and make it more expensive or stuff like that, I wouldn't worry about that. I hope I don't have to eat my words on this, but I really want to emphasize that the nature of how Microsoft thinks about GitHub is one where they're more likely to decrease the price than increase the price, because both of those things are cheaper than trying to build new features, which is what they seem to be really scared of. Cool. Fuck Bitbucket. Anything that is built by our friends over at Atlassian, I will not recommend at all. Honestly, yes, but I've gotten enough shit for that already. But they are a good example of a new version of that. What did Guillermo complain about now? Very interesting. I hate Atlassian because their drag and drop library sucks, but more importantly, because Jira is one of the worst pieces of software ever fucking made in history. And the slow death of Trello is heartbreaking. Thank you, Paul. Jira is a banned word. I forgot about that. I have a whole video on how to send, or I have multiple videos where I talk about how to send a good DM to get my attention. You don't need my permission, but you need to send a good DM if you want my attention. So watch those. What are we filming next? You can do the Boolean one. This is a thing I think about a lot. Yeah. I just thought of a great intro. Feeling a bit better. Feel a lot better once we have the content pipeline in a better shape. Let's get filming. Do you like Booleans? Yes or no? I personally find myself... Do you like Booleans? Yes or no? I personally find myself somewhere between, which I guess means I don't like Booleans that much. Today's video is breaking down a bit about that. Today I want to talk a bit about that. I find that when I use Booleans in my applications, in particular in data that I am storing, that it is not necessarily the right thing. And I find myself moving off of Boolean more than I find myself happy that I chose it in the first place. I have a lot of thoughts about this that are going to go from... I have a lot of thoughts about this, and we're going to be touching on everything from the chaos that is enums in many different languages, to database architecture and design, to how you maintain code bases at large team sizes and scales. I've been through it, and it's kind of funny that something as simple as a Boolean can be so complex once you get to these scales, but it can be. And there's a lot to dive into here, and I'm very excited to do that. I want a good transition for this one. I want a joke for it. Gotta be able to come up with something funny. I think I have a good one. The monetization Boolean, or all of that said, the monetization Boolean is set to true on this video, so we're going to have a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive into all the details. Cool. I'm excited about this one. I have not found myself using Booleans on like server-side code or in databases for a while. Obviously, they're still nice on client for a lot of different things, but I'm very curious about this article. Huge shout out to Nicole for writing it, by the way. I have a feeling I'm going to love this one. That Boolean should probably be something else. One of the first types we learn about is the Boolean. It's pretty natural to use because Boolean logic underpins much of modern computing, and yet it's one of the types that we should probably be using a lot less of. In almost every single instance where you use a Boolean, it should be something else. Bold statement. Let's see where this goes. The trick is figuring out what something else is. Doing this is worth the effort. It tells you a lot about your system, and it will improve your design, even if you do end up using a Boolean in the end. There are a few possible types that come up often, hiding as Booleans. Let's take a look at each of these, as well as the case where using a Boolean does make sense. This isn't exhaustive. There are surely other types that can make sense too. The date time, I was wondering if we'd get into date times quickly. That was going to be my first example. A lot of Boolean data is representing a temporal event having happened. For example, websites often have you confirm your email. This may be stored as a Boolean column, is confirmed, in the database, which makes a lot of sense. But you're throwing away data, whether the confirmation happened, but you're throwing away data, which is when the confirmation happened. And this is a common one I'll see, is somebody at some point realizes knowing this data is important. So we end up with like, has confirmed true, and then confirmed at some timestamp. You get the idea. I'm not going to type out a real timestamp because I'm lazy. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this in a code base. And now when you have a function that marks confirmation as true, you need to make sure you hit both of these fields. And if you have this confirmation update in multiple places, there's a good chance that some of those places miss it. So what you end up with is in one place, the timestamp gets set, another place it doesn't, and now you have users that have has confirmed true, but don't have the confirmed at set. You've now done what I call a split brain. I talk about split brain a lot in my software design discussions. When I'm saying split brain, what I mean is that data exists in two different places that is coupled in some way. In this case, if someone has confirmed, then they have a confirmed at date. And if they haven't confirmed, they don't have a confirmed at date. You're encoding the same data twice here, but one of these pieces of data is higher resolution than the other. The confirmed at tells you both, yes, they confirmed, and it tells you that they're confirmed. Or the confirmed at date tells you both that they have confirmed and when they confirmed. So you don't need the has confirmed field anymore. I would argue having it in the first place is a mistake because you don't want to have the data in two places when you can infer it from one. Generally speaking, when you can derive data, you should do that instead of storing the data. And if you need a cache, the cache should occur as close to where the client is or where the consumer is as possible. You shouldn't be caching by putting or if you can avoid it, you shouldn't be caching by putting a field in your database next to another field in your database. And this is just one of the easiest examples to see that in. Great start. Maybe you find out down the road that there was a bug in your confirmation process. You can use the timestamps to check which users would be affected, and then you can use the timestamp to check which users would have been affected based on the time when their confirmation was stored. You'll be amazed how often you'll end up wishing you had this. And the alternative is you go comb through all your logs and analytics to try and find all of the logs, if you even have them, for when the confirmations actually changed. I've been there. It's not fun. Just store it as a date time. I saw somebody saying that this is usually done because of indexing and fast query responses. No, you can just as easily index on date time as you can on a Boolean. And you also can now sort by the date time as well when you index on that. And I'm not saying that it should always be a timestamp. I'm saying it should be timestamp or undefined. It should be nullable. Because then if it's null, you know they haven't confirmed. And if it isn't null, you know they have confirmed. Very easy to index on. Yeah. Next, we have enums. Oh boy. Much of the remaining Boolean data indicates either what type something is or its status. Is a user an admin or not? Check the isAdmin column. Did the job fail? Check the failed column. Is the user allowed to take this action? Return a Boolean for that. Yes or no? These usually make more sense as an enum. I absolutely agree. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen an utter mess along the lines of like completed Boolean, failed Boolean, in progress Boolean. This one is particularly fun because what ends up happening is there will be some bad partial case where when something fails, it will update failed to true, but it will forget to update in progress, and complete will still be false. And then if you have a check somewhere in your client code that checks in progress or completed, or even checks both, but doesn't check failed properly, you now see a loading spinner when the thing's actually failed. Oh God, chat, you're triggering me. Is active Boolean, is inactive Boolean. In my opinion, conflicting states should be represented in a way where they cannot overlap. If completed and failed can't be true at the same time, then your data architecture should not allow them to be. If in progress and completed can't be true at the same time, then your architecture should not allow them to be. Ideally, in an ideal world, this would be status. And the status can be one of these many different values. Be failed, or completed, or in progress. And this also makes things way more extensible because you can check everywhere the status is being consumed. And if you add a new status or remove a status, you can make sure the client code handles it. And if you're working in a type-safe system, this can be even more powerful. The part where this starts to get a bit annoying, though, is if you also want to know when this happened. You can have a last updated, but if the last updated is for the whole field and not just for the status, that can be not good. But if you were to break this off to a sub-object like status, what would you even call the substatus of status? State? I like state for that. Good call. Now, since this is a subfield, it's much more likely that you as the developer or other people on your team will update both at the same time. You get the idea, though. And when I say subfield, I don't mean that like this should be a JSON object in your DB. It could be a separate table that you are joining against. It could be a lot of other different things. But ideally, if you need both of these values, you would encode it accordingly. Because the alternative is completed at, failed at, in progress, started at. Not great. Not great at all. And as always, your needs might differ. In my opinion, relatively valid structure for this would be something like this. So you have your status. But you also have started at, because you might want that for many reasons, and finished at, which you would have for lots of different reasons. Now you can infer from status and started and finished at some amount what happened. So if it's completed and it has started and finished at times, you know how long it took. If it's failed and it started and finished at, you know how long it took until it failed. You can derive all the other states you might want from these pieces of information. But the common mistake I see, and I see this a lot, is if you have the state that you want, like let's say here you want to know when, like let's say here you want to know when a job failed. The intuition you'll have, if this is the thing that you want, what's going on? Let's say this is the info you want. You want to know when a job failed. The intuition most developers have is to have the database include this information. So if they want to know when a job failed, they'll go update the DB. I need a different shape for the DB. Obviously, databases are circles. What other shape would they be? Come on, guys. Update the database. So because they want when a job failed, they'll update the DB to have failed at. Obvious intuition. They want to show in the UI when the job failed. They want that information, so they put failed at in the DB. But they could also infer that from other things. If they see status failed and they see finished at some time, you can infer when a job failed from that. But if you go from what data you want and storing it in the database, you'll end up with some really bad architecture. But if you think about how you get the data you want and what shape of data makes the most sense to store for flexibility in the future, you can get the data you want at the end. Whether or not we want it to be, all data is kind of a graph. All things come from other things. And from this structure, we can find a lot of stuff. From here, we can figure out the duration. From here, we can figure out when it failed. From here, we can figure out current status. From here, we can figure out, From here, we can figure out how long does it take for a job to fail on average. These are all bits of information that we can infer from here. And some of them are chained. Like we know duration, we know when it failed, and we can use those pieces of information to figure out how long does it take for a job to fail on average. This is what you get when you architect your data correctly. But if you had just stored duration in there, if you had stored the failed Boolean, or you had just stored finished at and not started at, you might be missing bits of information. But if you store the key pieces that occur through the design of your software, the thing you get on the other end is really good. Data normalization is the key concept I'm trying to break down into dumber, easier to understand language here. But the idea is that the database's constraints are able to enforce the expected states the data can be in. And even here, there's a little bit of breaking stuff, because you could have finished at be a value even when the status is in progress, because you can set that incorrectly. But it's significantly less likely than when you have the chaos I was showing up here of completed, completed at, failed, failed at. You get the idea. So, yeah. Big fan of enums, big fan of start and finish times. I will also argue, and I will fight this forever, pretty much every single database ever and every single table I've ever touched benefits some amount from having a created at and an updated at field. They're almost to no data. They will come in clutch eventually. I just put created at and updated at on every single table, and it has saved my ass so many times. People see the convex mention coming in. Yeah, convex does this for you. Also, most ORMs will do this for you as well, thankfully. Just good design. Let's go back to the article because I'm loving this. User role is a really common one too. Like having is guest true, is user true, is paid user true, is admin true. No, like if these are conflicting, they should be an enum. If your keys can conflict, try to make them one key. I think that's a generally fair piece of advice. Yeah. As they say, job status is another really common one here. You just have one single field status, which is an enum across the various statuses. Note, though, that you probably do want timestamp fields for each of these events, but you're still best having the status stored explicitly as well. That is hilarious. I didn't pre-read this. Same conclusions. Yep. This begins to resemble a state machine. Speak in my language. Whether or not you want to accept it, your database very quickly does become a state machine. Another really good point from chat. This is Jay Gold who works at Graphite. Enums are great, but we like using strings and then enforcing them with Zod at runtime because that means less migrations and the risk is pretty low. I absolutely agree. Enums in general are, especially in TypeScript, it's a bit of a weird thing. The state of enums in TypeScript is rough. But if you think of it like an enum and you have a strict type and a Zod validator for the input and output, you're good to go. The only risk there is if you remove something from that, your database migration isn't even a migration, and now you have data that will fail your validator. But small pieces, big puzzle, you get the idea. This isn't just for storing in a database either. If you're checking a user's permissions, you often return a Boolean for that. So check permissions, user, bool, false. No one's allowed to do anything, I guess. This is great. In this case, true means the user can do it, and false means they can't. Usually, I think. But you can really start to have doubts here, and with any Boolean, because the application logic meaning of the value cannot be inferred from the type. Instead, this can be represented as an enum, even when there are just two choices: allowed and not permitted. As a bonus, though, if you use an enum, you can end up with richer information, like returning a reason for a permission check failing, and you are safe for future expansions of the enum, just like with roles. Funny enough, God, I'm going to try to not fall for what will become a very, very big tangent. This is why I don't like role level security and why I don't like things like Firebase and Supabase. Because permissions isn't just state. It's not something that can just be stored. Permissions is logic. Databases store data. I hope this isn't a controversial take. The role of a database is to store data. Permissions aren't data, they're logic. Permissions are derived from the data, but they aren't the data. They're permissions. This is why I like Convex and don't like Firebase and Supabase as much. Because Firebase and Supabase have you store what a user can do as part of the data structure. The database has a concept of these rows can be accessed by this user because this field has their user ID in it. And someone just dropped the sign, my favorite diagram I've ever drawn. And remember, I'm not anti-GraphQL. I am, generally speaking, relatively pro-GraphQL compared to most people nowadays. But the GraphQL should not go between the server and the database. It should go between the server and the user and client. GraphQL goes between those two, not between the database and the server, because now you have given up the ability to write code to define that logic. Row-level security is logic, and it was written by somebody. Code is running, but the code that they're running, but the code that is running is not yours, and it is way too easy to gloss over what has what permissions, and you'll end up in weird states all of the time. A ton of the recent security issues that we've been seeing in things come from people not configuring the permissions properly in Firebase and Supabase. There are whole crews of hackers that just look for sites that are using those two backends because there's such a high chance that they've configured it wrong because they're not configuring it with code. Permissions are logic. And if your data is structured properly, your logic shouldn't be in the data. Your logic should be the thing that takes the data and makes a decision based on it. I absolutely agree with the author here so far. How about conditionals? When should we use a Boolean? I've mainly run into one case where it makes sense, when you're temporarily storing the result of a conditional expression for evaluation. This is in some ways an optimization, either for the computer, with reusing a variable, or for the programmer, making it comprehensible by giving a name to a big conditional, by storing an intermediate value. Here's a contrived example where using a Boolean is... Here's a contrived example where we use a Boolean as an intermediate value. I can't tell you how often this is the comment I leave in code reviews, that there is a giant ternary or like nested Boolean somewhere that's just dropped in an if statement and I have no idea what it is or what it does. Just pop it out and give it a name. It makes life so much easier. This would be some nice long conditional, but I don't have one, so variables it is. Let user can do this, A and B, and C or not D. That's great. I would break this down even further. If A and B had values that were relevant, let me just type script playground. Cool. So we have these variables now. Even here, I would break things down a bit more. I would have const is A or B equal, or is A and B. I'll underscore it, is A and B. Const is C or not D equals C or not D. And then there you go. It's not meaningfully more code, but it makes this meaningfully more readable, especially if A, B, C, and D are specific things. You get the idea. I like really explicit code. I am known for writing variable names that are like 4 to 5 words long, because who cares? It gets compiled out anyways. It just makes it easier to read the code. And all our shit autocompletes anyways. You're not typing that out every time. Naming shit's not as hard as developers seem to pretend it is. I might be biased because I'm as much a marketer as a developer nowadays, but just describe the thing. I say as the creator of upload thing, marker thing, and webhook thing, and pick thing. You get the idea. Just name the thing what it is. But even in this contrived example, some enums would make more sense. I'd keep the Boolean probably, simply to give a name to what we're calculating, but the rest of it should be a match on an enum. Yeah, I agree. That's another thing I do a lot. Instead of defining all of this that way, something I'll often do is function can user do this? And this takes in an input, which is A Boolean, B Boolean, C Boolean, D Boolean. Cool. This is something I'll do a lot. I regularly ask in code review for my team to break out some random check like this into a function, not because it's more efficient or anything. It's not. Like spinning up another event isn't necessarily a good thing. But what is good about this is it gives a very explicit, can user do this? You now have a name for the thing. You can leave comments on it. You can make changes to it and have different places break. It makes things really clear. I'd say half the functions I write are something like this, where instead of just doing a giant if check in the code, I write something like that instead. I also find myself using this more often than even switch statements nowadays because you can just early return and skip a lot of the value from the switch. Yeah. You get the idea. Sure, not every Boolean should go away. There's probably no single rule in software design that's always true. Let's think of one. What's a rule that's always true? Don't date your manager's wife. Not false is always true. True is always true as well. While true is definitely always true. It's true for too long, even. I think mine that's always true in software is that developers care too much. You never know what it is they care too much about, but they care too much about something. Yeah, Booleans are sneaky. They feel like they make sense of the art. They feel like they make sense for our data, but they make sense for our logic. Ooh, I love this distinction. This is kind of the permissions thing too. Permissions are logic, not data. Booleans are very logic driven. They're not state driven. They're not good state. They're good logic. And as part of your logic, there are a lot of Booleans that will come out, but that doesn't mean you should stuff them in the DB as a Boolean. It just means that your code is taking the data and converting it into stuff that you can use. But Booleans are a part of a logical set of checks. They aren't necessarily a good part of your data. They aren't necessarily a thing, or they aren't necessarily something that belongs in good data architecture. As the author says, the data is usually something different underneath. By storing a Boolean as our data, we're coupling that data tightly to our application logic. Woo, bangers. Again, the diagram I drew before. If this is what you want, it's very easy to just add that in. Or if a job failed, it's very easy to go stick the result of that if statement of true or false. But we don't care about that. But we don't want that in our database. We want to be able to get that from our database. We want our logic to be able to get the info we want. We want the database to represent the data that we know. Instead, we should remain critical and ask what data the Booleans depend on, and should we maybe store that instead? It comes easier with practice. Really, all good design does. A little thinking up front can save you a lot of time in the long run. A little thinking up front can save you a lot of time in the long run. I absolutely agree. This was an awesome article. Shout out to Nicole for writing this one. If you're looking for coaching services from an experienced developer, I am far too busy. Appears that they are not. There's a link there if you're interested. Good stuff. Some Bandcamp too. Oh boy. Yeah. Thank you, Nicole, for writing this. As always, links are in the description. Great article, great content, great points. If I had to rate this on a scale of 0 to 1, it's absolutely getting a 1. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Oh boy, is there more Anthropic weird vibes? Gotta check my notifications at this point. I just checking notifications. Got some really nice replies to all my recent shit. Thank you all for the support, by the way. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Let's figure out what we're talking about next. Fenfee with the Prime, 6 months in. Appreciate that. Ruda was taken, hitting 33 fucking months. Legend. I looked more into this, and I'm not. Database connections are a very weird thing, and the Thundering Herd problem is quite real. Calculator with the Prime, thank you for that. TWT here, just had Cursor email you asking for feedback. You got an AI response. Oh, that sucks. If they're going to automate it, just put in a fucking form. This does look very interesting, actually. Oh, fuck. I already have it saved. I have it resaved. And I'll grab the video as well. Thank you for that. Definitely will check it out later. AI explains as well. Good to know. Sorry, I'm not checking YouTube chat as much. It's semi-broken. Semi-broken is putting it lightly. Stay authentic, fuck the haters. Love that. Thank you, Marushi. And then Matthew, why is Claude Code by far the best CLI? Because they were first and they put a lot of work into it. Yeah, thank you, Coding Butter. Appreciate that. I saw before, they just don't, like, they want to make something they use. It's a lot easier to focus on one operating system. And if you have to focus on one, you should pick the one you use. And the one they use is Mac OS, so the one they focus on is Mac OS. I think that's pretty obvious. You have a good record for recommendations. Thank you. I tried Dia, wasn't impressed. I haven't tried Comet yet. I do have it installed, though. Eventually. I'm just busy. Very fucking busy. That I want to write benchmarks for. What if GitHub was actually good? This kind of is killed by the GitHub death CEO vid. Get rid of that. Dead. This one's far too long. I'm never going to do that. Oh, it's only 4 o'clock. We got plenty of time. Nice. I kind of want to wait on state of browsers until I have a more official thumbs up on Helium. What blog was insane? Which one are you referring to, Phase? Oh, the part one? Oh yeah. The React React on 2 computers, right? Yeah, React for 2 computers. Yeah, that blog post is too long. Yeah, feel free to throw that away. How your hardware affects your code could be a fun one. I have permission for that. That could be fun. I'm feeling these guys at the top right now. How long's the SVG one again? Fuck it, let's do it. I want this one. This should be fun. Thank you, NMG, for the gift. Thank you, Coding Butter, for the sub. What are my thoughts on Effect? I think Effect's incredible, and I'm still trying to pick it up myself. Thank you for the 3 years of support, by the way. Let's go straight in. Anytime, Mauricia. Thank you again for the support today. Let's do how SVG works. I love SVGs. They're one of my favorite file formats. The fact that you can have something so high resolution represented in such small amounts of data and the amount of flexibility you get out of them, it's incredible. That said, I've even built tools around them. I'm going to redo it. I love SVGs, and I hope that's not controversial, unlike my takes on other formats like WebP. SVGs are scalable vector graphics. They let you represent I love SVG, and I really hope that's not a controversial take, unlike my WebP takes that y'all did not seem to like so much. SVGs are scalable vector graphics. They let you represent an infinitely high resolution or low resolution image with a very small amount of data. They're an incredible format that powers so many things that we use and love every single day. That all said, I need to be honest with you guys. I don't really understand them. I've opened an SVG file many a time and changed like the fill color a bit. I've made many of them myself using other graphic software. But if you told me to sit down and write an SVG, I don't know if I could. And it also seems like something AI is pretty bad at, funny enough, too. So I guess it's time to learn about SVGs, right? Thankfully, Josh Comio, the absolute legend, just put up an awesome article breaking down how SVGs actually work. Really excited to I'm so excited to dive into this one because I have always felt a little gimped by my lack of proper in-depth knowledge of SVGs, especially when it comes to animation stuff. I know there's some weird history about how animations do work in SVGs, but it's not officially supported. You're supposed to do it with CSS. Oh God, I'm not excited about that part, but I am excited to learn a lot more. I have a good feeling about this one. Every time I cover Josh's work, it becomes one of my best videos. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those cases. On a good transition. If you think it's hard to make animations, or if you think it's hard to make smooth SVG animations, you have no idea how hard it is to do a smooth sponsor transition. So we're going to cut straight to it and then dive in. A friendly introduction to SVG. SVGs are one of the most exciting technologies that we have access to in browser. We can do so many cool things with SVG. It's an absolutely critical part of my toolkit. Here's a quick montage of things that Josh has done. Those are all actually really cool. That's nuts. Josh is really good at what he does, like one of the best in the industry. The fact that he is within the best like web dev, CSS design people, and instead of just doing that and selling that as a service, he is making educational resources. If you have an education budget at your work, you should spend some of it on his stuff, even if you don't use it, just to support his existence, because we're so lucky to have someone as talented as him creating these resources. It's unbelievable. Anyways, SVGs are also pretty intimidating. The rabbit hole goes deep, and it's easy to get overwhelmed. I've certainly felt that myself. So in this post, Josh wants to share the most important fundamentals to provide a solid foundation that we can build on. He'll show us why SVGs are so cool, and he's also going to share a few tricks that we can start using right away. Hello, SVG. At its core, scalable vector graphic is an image format like JPEG or GIF. We can pop them into an image tag like any other image. This works, but it's also not what makes SVG so cool and interesting. The real magic happens when you use an inline SVG. Most image formats like JPEG are binary formats. If you try to open them in a text editor, you'll see a bunch of gobbledygook. SVGs, by contrast, are specified using XML syntax, just like HTML. Instead of specifying the RGB color for each pixel, SVGs contain the set of drawing instructions required to render the illustration. Somewhat magically, we can drop the raw SVG code right into an HTML document. So here we have an SVG that is 100 pixels wide and long, or here we have an SVG that's 100 pixels wide and tall with a circle. It's filled hot pink. Its radius is 30. Its X and Y, I think CX and CY are like width and height. Is it the 50? Can I change this? Oh, it's a position. Yeah, so it's relative. Its center X and center Y positions are 50-50, so it's right in the middle. Makes sense. Thank you, chat. I realized that right as chat corrected me. Thank you, guys. As you can tell, we're about to learn a lot together. In HTML, we're given a set of primitives that are all document related. Paragraphs and headings and lists, the same primitives that you get in Word. SVG is the same sort of deal, but all the primitives are for illustrations, things like circle and polygon and path. I'll be honest, I feel like when I look at an SVG, all I see is a shitload of paths. I'm curious how much the other things matter. I'm sure they do more than I give it credit, but in my experience, they haven't mattered a whole lot, so this will be a fun thing to learn. The really cool thing is that SVGs are first-class citizens in the DOM. We can use CSS and JavaScript to select and modify SVG nodes as if they were HTML elements. So we can check, or here's an example of that. We can focus or tap the element, and when we do that, the CSS applies to the pieces of the SVG. So we fill the circle with hot pink, so we don't even have to put the color there. And then on hover or focus visible, we make it bigger and we move the position. We could also change the fill to be red, and it'll change. Isn't that cool? And I'm going to put the fill on a transition too. And look at that. I make it 1500. It'll be way slower with the red. Show me a GIF that could do that. Many SVG attributes, like the circle's color and radius, moonlight as CSS properties. That means I can change them in CSS and even use CSS transitions to animate them. This is what makes SVG so powerful. It's like an alternate reality version of HTML that focuses on illustrations instead of documentation, and we can use our existing CSS and JS skills to make them dynamic. Oh, this scares me, but I'm excited. Writing SVGs by hand. It might seem a bit counterintuitive, but I often create my SVGs in a code editor rather than using design software like Illustrator or Figma. Design software can export to SVG, but it tends to mash everything together in a single path element. Suddenly, my biases are making sense. This makes it much trickier to animate individual elements, which is, in my opinion, the coolest thing about SVG. It does depend a bit on what you're doing. Beyond a certain complexity, it's a lot more practical to do it in specialized software. For the sorts of things I showed in the montage above, I think it's easier to code them by hand. You see a little one there when I hover. Well, yeah, he's good at this. I take his word for it. I'm excited to get good enough at it that I can actually write them by hand. Let's see how this goes. As we saw above, SVG contains its own set of UI primitives. Instead of div and button, we have shapes like circle and polygon. Let's go through them. The most basic is a line. You have x and y coordinates, x1, y1 for the first point and x2, y2 for the second. You can give it a stroke, which is any color that your browser supports, as well as a width for said stroke. Oh, look at that. You gave us knobs. Such a basic thing, but already we've done something we can't easily do in HTML. The only way to draw a diagonal line in HTML is to create a long, thin DOM node and rotate it, which quickly turns into an advanced math problem if you need that line to start and end in specific places. Oh man. Yeah. I hadn't even thought of that. Oh, it made sounds? I didn't even hear the sounds. Oh. Josh, you've done so good. That's so good. Anyways. One thing I can relate to here, it's not exactly the same. I made a dumb game and I think this would have been 2021 if I recall. Dogecoin Simulator. It's very inspired by Universal Paperclip, but you're trying to maximize your return on Dogecoin. I made it during the Dogecoin bubble. And something I really, really wanted to do, and you can see I kind of pulled it off here, is I wanted all of my borders to be really shitty and hand-drawn. I really wanted to make my borders on buttons not lined up right. And it was so hard to do. I think I'm like using a mask that is an image on top of an SVG or something like that for this. I spent a lot of time trying to figure it out, and this is the best I could end up doing. Making things in HTML that aren't just straight lines or border radius is pulling teeth. Oh. I just got told about an Easter egg. And if you know anything about me, you know I cannot help myself when it comes to Easter eggs. Oh. That's cute. Back to it. Yeah. So if you want a diagonal in SVGs, it's very easy. Yeah. By default, a line is invisible. In order to actually paint it, we need to give it a color, and you can also give it a stroke width to make it thicker, so it's actually clearly visible. Stroke and stroke width are both examples of presentational attributes, as opposed to the XY, X2, Y2, which are geometry attributes. We'll learn more about the difference soon. Now we have rectangles. I wonder what those are. X, Y, width, height, fill, stroke, stroke width. Makes sense so far. But now we have fill. So let me change that. Oh, that's because the presentational stuff comes up later. At first glance, this looks like a div with a border, but there's a few core differences. First, the stroke is drawn on the center of the path, not on the inside or the outside. That's actually very interesting. The amount of like border box bullshit I've dealt with in my career, this just kind of solves it. Yeah, so as you make it bigger, you end up reducing the space on the inside and expanding on the outside too. Hard to do math around, but consistent, at the very least. This is true for all shapes, not just rects. And unfortunately, it's not configurable. You can't specify that a shape should have its stroke drawn on the outside or the inside. Another interesting thing to note is what happens when you reduce the width or the height to 0. You might expect it to become a straight line, but instead the whole shape disappears. Very interesting. In the SVG spec, these sorts of shapes are known as degenerates. Feels pretty harsh to Josh. I don't know. I got a lot of degens here. I don't think it's that offensive. When a two-dimensional shape like a rectangle only stretches across one dimension, it's considered invalid and it doesn't get rendered. Apparently a few years ago, some browsers would still paint degenerate shapes when others wouldn't. I can see Firefox being fans of degenerate shapes. Makes sense. But now all modern browsers follow the spec correctly. Sorry, chat. You are what you are. You know what you are. We can round the corners too, though, using the RX and RY properties similar to border radius. But you can specify the X and Y rounding differently, so you can get much different curves. Oh, this is a really good visualization. The RX and RY are, if you drew a circle or an oval, or the RX and RY are almost as if you're drawing a circle or an oval from the corner, and the shape of that circle is what determines the radius. I really like this way of visualizing that. Ellipse, sure, thank you, chat. You get the idea. I work on databases, not user interfaces. I know I'm stereotyped as the JS guy, but hopefully this is showing you guys UI and design are not my strength. Speaking of ellipses, time to go to the circle. A center X and center Y position, because you're positioning it based on its center point. I like that, because it's not X1, X2 like it was for the other things. It's the center point. Makes sense. Makes it a little hard to position things relatively, like getting the circle right next to a rectangle could be annoying because you have to calculate based on this and radius relative to the X1, Y1 positions on another rectangle. And like with rectangles, circles will disappear entirely when the radius is set to 0. Oh, and then we have ellipses, which are separate from circles. So I guess they are different things. And here we can change the horizontal and vertical radius. And again, if either is 0, it disappears. Cool. There's also polygons, which are a set of points. I like that you can give it an array of points effectively. You can change the final point or I can change the X and Y final points. Pretty cool. Dope. The points attribute takes a list of X, Y points. The browser will draw a line between each point and from the final point back to the first. I found this a bit confusing when I was learning SVG. In my brain, the term polygon refers to something very specific. Shapes that have rotational symmetry like triangles and squares and hexagons and octagons. Yeah, these are regular polygons, though. They're a flat subset of a broader polygon world. He loves his Easter eggs. Cute. It turns out these are, okay. To create regular polygons, we need to use trig. Oh boy, trigonometry. I was actually really good at trig in high school. It's a bit beyond the scope of the blog post, but I'll put the calculations in the playground if you'd like to learn more. These aren't that complex. Yeah, the rotation offsets for evens. That's fun. Cool. And now a bit about SVG formatting. In the demo above, I use commas and new lines to make the setup points clear. Extra characters are considered superfluous by the SVG spec. They're valid, but unnecessary. Most of the SVGs you'll find in the wild will look more like this. Interesting. So this is XY for point 1, XY for point 2, XY for point 3, XY for point 4. I did not know that the commas and all of that format is just ignored entirely. It's like the opposite of Python. I don't know about you, but I find it so much harder to make sense of this list of numbers. I absolutely agree, yes. In the past, this sort of optimization could make a small file... In the past, this sort of optimization could make a small but significant difference in performance of our websites and web apps, but these days, web servers use gzip compression, which means that a few extra commas and new lines won't really affect the file size. So I'd strongly encourage you to add helpful formatting to your SVGs. Your users won't notice, but other devs on your team and your future self will benefit from readable SVGs. Yes, absolutely agree. There are a couple other primitive shapes like polyline and text, but we've covered enough for now for, again, an intro blog post. Let's move on. Scalable SVGs. Up until now, we've been using absolute coordinates for things. That means that our SVGs must be a very specific size, otherwise things break. Oof. Yep. I'm sure we've all had this happen before. We're trying to render an SVG and it just got clipped by the SVG width and height. Am I finally going to learn how to keep this from happening? Because that'll be really nice. I've done a lot of hacks to get around this. I've spent the only time I ever open an SVG is to hack on like relative paths to try and make it fit in a different shape. In this demo, the circle is meant to sit in the center of a 300 pixel wide element. When the element is given a smaller width, however, the circle doesn't shrink, it gets cropped. That's not how most images work. When you render a JPEG, the photo will scale up and down with the element size. One not great solution. Oh. Thanks for dropping in, Josh. I highly recommend checking out his newsletter if you haven't yet. I'm already on it. You should be too. One not great solution for this issue is to dynamically recalculate all the values based on the width. So as we shrink it, we can change the CX and CY based on the width value in JavaScript, which sucks. Yeah. This works, but it's a huge pain, even for a very simple illustration like this. Fortunately, there's a better way. Viewbox. Nice. The viewbox attribute defines an internal coordinate system. When it's provided, our circles and rects and polygons will stop inheriting the raw pixel values from the DOM, and instead, they'll use the internal coordinate system. Fantastic. So again, this is XY1, this is XY2. That learning has already unlocked so much for me. So the the top left corner is 0, 0, and the bottom right corner is 300, 220. This one editable? This one's not editable. But this also means you can do negative in the corners for the view box if you want to position things differently. It means you can turn into a square or rectangle or whatever other shape you want, and then you only have to set width or height, and it can figure out the rest from there. Very good. Somebody said, so view box is a rect? Yeah, boxes are a type of rectangle. Makes sense. The view box attribute defines, yep. The view box takes 4 numbers, but really we can think of it as 2 pairs of 2 numbers. It's the top left and bottom right. Oh, look at that. I called it. Oh, that's such a cool visualization. That's so cool. We're changing the view box as we move this around. So when it's 0, 0, can I get it exact? I can do it here, though. There we go. So when it's 0, 0, it's in that corner. And the box is 200, 200. We can see the extra space there. This is a really, really good visualizer for explaining this. Good shit as always, Josh. The view box actually kind of works like the viewport. This blog post, for example, is much taller than the browser window, so a portion of the lesson is shown in the viewport. You can change which part you're looking at by scrolling. The same sort of idea with a view box. Something that makes it very different is the idea of this is a cool call out here about it being infinite, though. One interesting difference between HTML documents and SVG illustrations is that SVGs don't have edges. In theory, they extend in every direction by an infinite amount. There's nothing stopping us from placing a shape 1 million pixels away from the origin point in any direction. The view box decides which part of this infinite field we're looking at. Very cool. Let's talk about the second pair of values used for the view box. These two values allow us to specify the width and height of the viewable area. That's the view box size. And then we're shifting that. But again, I'm thinking of this as the top left and the bottom right. If we set this to 30, 30, okay, so that's still in the negative. So that's not right, actually. So this is the XY origin point, and this is how far from X and how far from Y you're allowed to go. So if we have like negative, I'll do negative 40, negative 40. So we have negative 40 for the XY, and then 30, 30 for the view box, and then 30, 30 for the size. That means this goes from negative 40 to negative 10, negative 10, because it's not just a rectangle. These are added to the numbers, like negative 40, or this number gets added to this number to know the furthest X coordinate, and then this number gets added to this one to know the furthest Y. Oh, hi, Naman. Another one of those really smart browser people. Josh wrote this awesome article. Of course, we're going to cover it. Cool. The second SVG pair of the second pair of values we use is, as I was saying, the second pair of values that we pass to ViewBox controls how much of the infinite SVG field we're actually looking at. It doesn't change the size of the SVG. That's controlled with width and height. Instead, it changes the zoom level effectively. I like this way of thinking about it. In the demo above, our SVG is 300 by 300. If we set the view box to 0, 0, 300, 300, we have a perfect 1-to-1. But if we do 0, 0, 150, 150, the SVG is still 300 pixels by 300 pixels, but it's only displaying the 150 to 150 zone area of the SVG canvas. I like this analogy. It's like using the browser zoom function, command and plus and minus, which I use all the time. Doesn't change the size of the browser window, but it scales up everything within to 2x the original size. So we've seen how the viewbox attributes can be used to slide the viewable area around or to zoom in and out. To be honest with you, I'm not sure I've ever done either of these things. The only realistic use case I can conceive of for shifting and zooming the viewbox is if you have a gigantic chart with lots of detail and you want to guide the user through it by jumping from one section to another. I've also never seen this used. I mean, it's used for defining the SVG, but not for moving it around dynamically. The value of showing you this is to understand how the viewbox works, but in practice, we'll be keeping these values static. And again, part of the magic of SVGs is that they're vectors, which means that they're not pixel values. I mean, we literally do have pixel values for the X and Y coordinates, but they're not pixel values like they are in an image where every single pixel has a color assigned to it, which means when you start zooming in on an image, you will start seeing pixels. When you zoom in on an SVG, you won't, because they're scalable vector graphics. They are drawing lines at whatever resolution you choose to zoom in on. Yep. As they say here, we can zoom as much as we want without losing sharpness. It is pretty magical that we can zoom in by 10 or 100x and the image continues to look sharp. Like, it feels really, really cool. Anyways. And now we have presentational attributes. In SVG, our shapes can either be filled in with the fill attribute, outlined with the stroke attribute, or both. The fill attribute is pretty self-explanatory, so let's focus on strokes. They're kind of like HTML borders, but way more powerful. Try flipping between the different variants here to get a sense of what's possible. Oh, the animations are so cool. The stroke line cap field in particular is really cool. Square, and you can choose how big each dash is. I didn't know that. That's really cool, actually. What? Okay, this is the biggest mind blow for me. I had no idea that strokes had that level of customization. If you've just been listening as I go through this, like, look at this point, because this is really visually cool. you can specify the dash array to choose how big the start and end for each dash is. At least that's my assumption. I'm sure we'll have this explained in a second, but that's so cool. We control the presentation of the stroke using a handful of stroke CSS properties. We can also set them as inline attributes, or we can also set them as inline attributes. So instead of setting stroke width 5 in CSS, we can set it with just directly in the SVG itself. Here's a quick breakdown of these values. Stroke sets the color, default's transparent. Stroke width sets the width of the stroke in pixels. Stroke dash array, this is the one I was excited about, sets the width of each segment in the gap between them. So we pass two values, like 10, 20. We're saying we want a 10 pixel dash with a 20 pixel gap between them. We can even specify a repeating dash pattern by specifying more than two values. Okay. So here we want a stroke of 0. And we want that. Wait, let me reread this to be sure. Cool. Okay, cool. So here we want the first stroke to have a width of 0 and for there to be a 20. And so here we want the stroke to be 0, but with a gap of 20. So that's the big empty spot. And then we want a stroke that's 26 with a gap of 60. Where does that dot come from then? I don't know if I get this yet. I want to understand this one. I'm going to throw this into a sandbox to play with it. Oh, is it because 0 still is a dot? That's it. Okay. So even though it's 0, it still shows something because that's a dot. And then there's a gap of 10. And the next one is 25 long and there's a gap of 10. Okay. Yeah, 0 means dot. That's the part I was missing, is that you can't skip a section on the dash array. You always have to put a value at the start. And if the value is 0, that just means it's a dot. So there's a dot, a space of 10, length 25, space of 10, dot, space of 10, length of 25, space of 10. That makes sense now. So for this one, dot, space of 20, 26, space of 60. Okay, that just clicked. And you can choose how you want the ends of each of those dashes to be capped off. So you can use round, square, or the default value of but. It is weird that the squares are all staying square for these, because they are like horizontal and vertically aligned straight, not aligned with this like they would have been if it was but. To go back to my sandbox here, I'm going to change this to be black. Cool. So go back to the sandbox. If I change this from square to but, we lose the dots. Okay, 4 would still be a square. But here, the squares are rotated based on the position in this. Where if we put 0 with but as the stroke line cap, they disappear. If we change that to square, they'll become squares, but they stay like, but they stay aligned with like the page, not with the stroke. Very interesting. All cool things to know. But it's the thing I would never have guessed, and he kind of danced around it with using but here and not having the spots in between, is that when you use something other than square and round, so when you use the default, which is but, the 0 values don't get rendered. Apparently, if I make this 1, it will be aligned again. That's very interesting. This is like an edge case for if you have a 0 width dash. I hope he touches on all of this. This is a very interesting set of edge cases we've discovered. Oh no, it doesn't look like he does. Well, now you have homework if you want to understand more about this. Next, we have animated strokes, which he was absolutely using in that example. You can set transitions for all these different pieces at different speeds. So when they change, they'll animate. That's really cool. In the demo above, he's smoothly interpolating between the different stroke styles using very basic CSS transitions. There's also a separate dash offset that lets you slide the dashes around the shape. I was wondering about how that would work. That's really cool. You can even set up an infinite animation with this. Very, very cool. I'm starting to understand how to do animations in SVG correctly from this. The thing I was hinting at earlier is that you can inline CSS in an SVG so that the .svg file itself has the animation baked in. And certain places where you can upload an SVG will let you have an animated image as a result. So like if there's certain services that let you set an SVG as your pro pic or your background, you can add the CSS in there and it might work. Animations in SVGs directly is deprecated according to most things tracking web standards, but you can do it. Yeah. For a seamless effect, you want to make sure that the stroke offset equals the combined length of the dash plus gap. Otherwise, you'll notice a flicker when the animation loops. Makes sense. If you animate the dash length and offset, you can actually create a fancy spinner with it. Oh, that's beautiful. Nothing is loading here. I'm just demonstrating the spinner itself. I would hope we've all been to that one GitHub account, that one GitHub repo, the SVG spinners repo that has a whole bunch of different spinners that are SVGs plus the CSS for them. But now that we understand this, let's look at said CSS. I want the code. Into my editor it goes. How do I go into edit mode? I used to have a hotkey for it, but I lost it. I changed all my hotkeys. There we go. Cool. Now we have this formatted, and you can see the CSS. That's fix that. There we go. We now have the actual CSS that is inside of this loading spinner. Transform origin center, animation uses the one that it defined here, the keyframe, 1.5 seconds, linear, infinite. And it transforms by rotating it 360 degrees. Super, super easy. Cool. Learning a lot as we go. Finally, the most famous trick is to create an illusion of an SVG drawing itself. I've always been curious how this one works. The clever trick here is that we have a single dash that is the same length as the entire circumference of our shape, 763 pixels in this particular case, and a huge gap between each dash. We draw the shape by sliding this dash into place by animating the stroke dash offset. Interesting. That's actually really cool because the dash offset shifts this, or because the dash offset starts at 0, this doesn't render. But then, actually no, because the dash offset starts before the, because the dash offset starts before the dash starts, this doesn't render, even though the dash is super long. But when we click draw, it sets the dash offset to 0, and the animation moves the path into frame effectively, which causes it to appear. Very cool stuff. But how do we figure out the circumference of the shape? We can use JavaScript to calculate it. We select the polygon, path length is element.get total length. This is the magical method to get said circumference. And then we set the stroke dash array to path length, comma, some arbitrarily large value. This is the ideal solution to the problem since it gives us the precise length, but I've also solved it in the past with trial and error, guesstimating the length until it looked right. You can also manually override it. Apparently several readers had reached out to Josh to point out the existence of the path length attribute. The attribute lets you specify an override for path length. So here we have it set to 100. When we define path length, we're essentially creating our own scale for the path. The polygon still has an actual path length of 763, but we're redefining it as 100. The browser will do the work behind the scenes to scale everything up, but in our CSS, we can act like the full circumference is 100. He's not sure he likes it. It's easier to set up and there's no unintended consequences. But we're essentially telling the browser to pretend the path is different than it actually is, and that feels funky. Good call out though. That's a cool trick. The power of SVGs. My goal with this post was to give you a high-level understanding of what SVGs are and to share some cool tricks that you can start using in your own work. But there's so much more that we can do. We've only scratched the surface. He's working on a whole course about all of this, specifically animations, but SVGs are a huge part of it, of course. And once again, if you want to try it out, links in the description. Everything Josh has done has been worth every cent and more. Highly, highly recommend checking that out or any of his other incredible courses. Yeah. His CSS for JS devs is legendary. His Joy of React is one of the best React courses I've ever read. Josh knows what he's doing. Highly, highly recommend checking out his stuff. Thanks to him for writing yet another incredible article. I hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. I know that at the very least, I suddenly understand SVGs a hell of a lot better. This helped me a ton. I hope it helps you too. Till next time, keep painting your paths. Fun. Of course, there are menu sounds. So good. Oh, Josh. Making the web fun again. I cannot play the slider sound again, but you can. Have fun. Thank you to everybody who I missed while I was filming that. We got Dev Prasad here with the Prime. NMG Twitch, throwing a gift over to Keith. Saw you here earlier. Hope you're doing well, man. Hex with the Prime. Ichiru with the thanks to NMG for the sub and renewing it from there. Void here, thanking me for the authenticity. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for the 13 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. We got Steven with the tier 1. New Do Not with the 3-month. I hate video ads with the 3 months. Hopefully the sub helps you skip those. Sorry, YouTube chat. Blame YouTube for making me go to different browsers to see you guys. My laptop's a lot less hot now that I've moved that off. That was a very fun one. Cool. We're at 3 videos in 3 hours. It's almost 5 o'clock. Ooh, what do you have here? This looks very useful. This is being saved right now. I'll absolutely be checking this out more later. Yeah, I saw this when I was filming. Very good. Hey, crew. Same to you. Hope that all is going well. Hope you're still at that same gig that I recommended before. They definitely need the help, and you're a good person to have there. I have not checked out TansTechDB in a bit. Oh shit, you went full time. Congratulations. Very well deserved. They absolutely need the help. I did miss that. So thanks for the heads up. I'm really, really happy to hear. Very well deserved. I did love the post, I thought, at least. Oh, that's cute. What a dork. Love Josh. I know I missed the sounds, but I gotta get back to filming. Well, actually, I need to open the fucking door to get some cold air in here because it's apparently 71 outside of the room, but it's 82 inside of here. So, give me 1 sec to do that. Can I just turn on the fan, maybe? Cool. Set the fan to stay on. Hopefully that'll be enough. I was gonna go open the door too, but see how that goes. I'm going to talk about this one for a while. Oh, good luck with the reboot, gamer girl. Good old Windows. Yeah, that was NMG gifted you that, Keith. Vercel's office does have AC. You don't need to worry. Let's do the open source one. It feels like there's a new open source company every day. Open source versions of existing things, open source tools meant to replace stuff that you're already used to using, open source everything, to be frank. There's more and more of it. There's more companies trying to contribute to open source. But why? Why are there suddenly so many people trying to get their hands into the open source space? What benefit could they have for giving their software away for free? There's a lot of layers to this, and it's a thing I think a lot about as I decide there's a lot of layers to this, and I think about it a ton as I try to decide what parts of my work to share and not share. Like T3 Chat isn't open source, but I've shared a ton of the code and the secrets for how we built it, versus something like Upload Thing, where all of the client-side code, the packages, and the parts you use are open source, but other parts aren't. And then various other services like Marker Thing are fully open source. Create T3 app obviously is too. It's a lot of balancing and decision-making to make. There's a lot of difficult balancing work you have to do as you figure out what should or shouldn't be open sourced. Or you can just say fuck it and open source everything, which is what PostHog did. And they just posted an article that I'm actually very excited to dive into about why they do this and what the benefits have been many years into open sourcing all of their product. I'm trying to think of the right set of words for the transition here. Yeah. Obviously, we're all fans of open source, and it's obviously one of the reasons I can push PostHog as easily as I can. It's a super easy recommendation because if you don't like it, you can fork it and make changes or host it yourself and save yourself some money, perhaps, but probably not. PostHog isn't sponsoring this video, though, and as much as I love open source, it doesn't pay the bills. So we are going to take a quick break for today's sponsor, and then we'll dive all in. So we're going to take a quick break for today's sponsor, who again is not PostHog. They did not pay me for this or tell me to at all. I just was excited about the concept and wanted to read it. A quick word from someone else, and then we'll dive in. I have a feeling I'm going to like this one. The hidden benefits of being an open source startup. PostHog wouldn't be here now if it wasn't open source. It's that core to our success, and it has been since day one. Inevitably, though, what being open source means has changed as we've grown. It started as a product differentiator, but it's evolved to be more than that. It's a core part of our culture and our business strategy. I have a lot of my history of PostHog that we'll go into throughout, but make sure I show my team's contributions at some point, or the whole point of this video is going to be moot to an extent. I'm very thankful PostHog is open source because we've had to fix things. That's just one of the many layers, though. Yep. Throughout the evolution, we've learned a lot that benefits. Throughout the evolution of PostHog, they've learned a lot about both the benefits and downsides of being open source. They've detailed them here in hopes that more will follow the path. For transparency, here's our open source credentials. You can find PostHog's code and work publicly on GitHub. The majority is MIT licensed, but there are a few parts that are separate enterprise licenses. It's worth noting that it's difficult to self-host due to the amount of parts of the product, but it is absolutely able to be done. The DevX team is working on unifying the dev environment with self-hosted to make it better. And it's totally fair to have different definitions of open source, or what some would call open core, but they're coming from the position that they're in right now. Makes all the sense in the world. First and foremost, it distinguishes you from the crowd. Rarely is a software product entirely original. Everything's a remix. I'm going to resist the urge to go down a tangent about how Remix was not open source for a long time. Problem for another day. This creates a lot of competition, but being open source instantly distinguishes you from your closed source competitors. Actually, I saw somebody in chat asking if Prisma Postgres is good. If you're using Prisma, it's incredible. There's a lot of cool cache stuff, update stuff, and if you're on Prisma already, Prisma Postgres is one of the best options for using it. Look into it. It's really cool. Sorry for that. Just saw it in chat, wanted to respond. Normally, I don't respond when I'm filming something else, but it's a cool point. Anyways. Cut all that out phase. Many new products ride this differentiation to successful launches. Just look up open source alternative on Hacker News to see how successful this is. Docs is the open source alternative to Notion. Bruno's the open source alternative to Postman. LibreTaxi is the open source alternative to Uber and Lyft. Supabase, classic, is the open source alternative to Firebase. You get the idea. We know this because PostHog did the same. We launched it as an open source product analytics, and we launched as open source product analytics, which helped them get the first 1,000 users. A couple of days after posting on HN, we reached nearly 300 deployments, and with a little paid Twitter promotion, our repo started trending on GitHub. This swell of interest was all thanks to being open source. Kind of crazy to see this from 2020, knowing how big and important PostHog is now. It's wild. Yeah. This was fueled by two groups. The first is open source advocates who are dedicated to seeing open source succeed. They use open source products whenever possible, they recommend them to others, and they post about them. We benefit hugely from this. There are over 700 messages in the brand mentions channel, including the terms open source. This is a huge part. Advocates, and let me pull up my favorite. There's this one talk about sales that Tyler did for YC forever ago. I fucking hate Firefox, man. Yeah, thank you for the support here. Really appreciate that, Mika.
Everett Roger.
Cool. Switching browser so I can show this. I think about this slide from this video a lot. The technology adoption curve. The curve is the points at which different parts of an audience adopt things. I will yoink that and hop to Excalibur. So, when a new thing is built, people who are deep in the industry are not going to adopt it. A very common fail case I see is someone building a new tool thinking that a bunch of Rails users are going to use it. Rails users haven't changed anything about their stack other than maybe their operating system in like 15 years. They're Rails devs. They're not a good target for building things. You need to focus on the curve of adoption. The people who try a new thing first are the people who like trying new things. Those are the innovators. If you're trying to build a thing, especially in the dev world, you need to focus on the people who actually try new things first and foremost. And that's this innovators group. These guys love to try out new shit. So you need to make sure your new shit appeals to them. So you should try to find other characteristics that these people like. One of those is open source. These people love playing with open source stuff because they're innovators. They like to try new things. They like to experiment with those things, break them, change them, do shit with them. And open source gives them way more freedom and excitement to play around with it. So if you can do, I would argue that basically anything you can do to get your product used by these guys early on is worth doing because these are the people that will take you down the curve. If we use T3 chat for an example, the innovators wanted access to every model because they wanted to try out all the new models right when they dropped. So it became a really important thing for us to make sure new models were supported on T3 chat within an hour of them dropping. Since we've maintained that, a lot of these innovators come to T3 chat to try out the new models. And then they realize, oh, it's actually a really good service. This is the best AI chat app that I've used. Because of that, they start recommending it to their friends. And then you start to see the early adopters, who are often just the friends of the people in this innovator section. Why can't I select the fucking circle? There we go. None of that is working how I expected. Yeah. Fuck it. Yeah. So the innovators tell the early adopters about why they should be using the thing, create content. Whether or not you want to admit it, you might just not like the terms. I squarely fall in the innovator section because I love trying new things, both because I'm just generally into it, but I'm actually fortunate that through having a YouTube channel like this, I'm able to make a career out of my love of trying new things. Usually, this side of the chart isn't where the money is. This is where the hype is. This is where the adoption is initially. This is how you get your first users. The money is on this side. This is when you really start printing cash. So your goal is to be here. And a lot of people like to skip steps and start there. Very rarely works that way. The ideal for a business to be successful is to start here and have very retake on that. To succeed as a business, your best bet in the developer space especially is to start here and really strategically think through the different steps to get through these different sections of users. The innovators will carry you to the early adopters, but what do you need to give them to make it easier to get the early majority on? For us, this would be things like allowing for gift subscriptions for T3 chat. If you're in one of these first two groups, the innovators or the early adopters, you might want to try and convince your mom to use T3 chat. It's a lot easier if you can just send her a link and she clicks it and now she's a user. It's also going to be things like the mobile app. I don't think we can cross this line reasonably without a mobile app. It's a thing we think a lot about. It's why we're going so hard building said mobile app, because we want to keep pushing down this path until we can get to this area, which is where ChatGPT wins right now. Again, if we look at the world I'm in with T3 chat, ChatGPT has this section locked down. Claude has this section locked down. And we're still in this early section fighting with others trying to break through. So if you're building your own products, you should really be cognizant of where you are in the innovators to laggards normal curve and make sure you're being strategic on how you go from one stage to another. Back to the article. They said that their success early on was fueled by two different groups. The first were the open source advocates, who obviously fall squarely in the innovator group. But then there are the buyers. They've been burned by closed source options, and they've seen the benefits of open source products, including that they're easier to try out, they're transparent, they're free from lock-in, and the cost reduction is real too. I disagree with the lock-in point. We'll have a long discussion about lock-in later on. Don't worry. Both of these groups boost open source startups in launch, or both of these groups will help boost an open source startup in launches and beyond. They create word of mouth and a ton of bottom-up growth. We've continued to see this at PostHog. There are many reasons to choose PostHog, but we still get many signups where being open source is one of the most important reasons. Very real. I know it's a big part of my pitch. When I'm trying to sell PostHog, which they're a sponsor, I do it quite a bit, I will almost always push the fact that it is the best I'll almost always push the fact that it is the best open source suite of product analytics tools. It is. It's so cool that you can go read the code and even make PRs, which I'll definitely be talking about in a bit. Point 2. It helps you hire great talent. I'm in a weird spot here because I happen to have way more developers in my life than I could possibly ever hire. I'm almost sad that I don't need to hire more right now because there are so many cool people I would immediately. So stop asking me for a job. So stop asking me to work at T3 chat. There are 500 people ahead of you in line and none of them would DM me about it. And seriously though, like if you DM me or someone like me asking for a job at our company that's obviously not hiring, you just knocked your position in my head down a ton. It is incredibly less likely that not only would I hire you, but I would even refer you because your judgment is bad. Anyways. Cut the anyways. All of that said, open source has helped me with hiring. Our superstar engineer that built the majority of Upload Thing in its current state and is helping overhaul all of T3 chat right now, Julius, came from Create T3 app. Create T3 app was originally built by Nexel, but Julius and CJE both started contributing actively, and both have had crazy career opportunities come from their contributions to that, as well as to TRPC and many other projects since. Julius is an outstanding engineer, and the fact that we had an open source project gave him the opportunity to contribute and us the opportunity to notice. And that has helped all of us out a ton. So even though I have access to theoretically infinite engineers, we still benefit from open source for hiring great talent. Yeah. Hiring is really important for startups. You want the best people. Like the difference between an 8 out of 10 and a 10 out of 10 engineer at a big company isn't particularly huge. The difference between an 8 and a 10 out of 10 in a startup is whether or not your company survives. In most cases, like you need the best people. And open source makes it way easier to figure out who is and isn't good. This is true from the very beginning of Post-Hog. We could thank being open source for our earliest employees, the king of ClickHouse, flip-flops and mustaches, James Greenhill, aka Jams. I did not realize that Jams came from the open source community. Apparently, James would check who started the GitHub repo constantly, and he spied a data engineer at Uber who left a star. They did a call. Jams explained that Uber had built a bunch of internal tools like Post-Hog for data control reasons. He found the project interesting, wanted to work on it, did a super day, and has manned our data infra ever since. Since then, being open source has been instrumental to our hiring process. Engineers know what they want, or engineers know what they are getting into before they start. They can see the code base, how often we ship, and the PR process. Very good. Having good culture at your workplace is huge. And if you can literally just see it on GitHub, that's really cool. I have certainly spied on these PRs a lot. This also means they know that their code will see the light of day. Users will use it, and there won't be tumbleweeds in the GitHub profiles. That's actually a really fun thing too. A lot of it, whether or not we want to admit it, most of us like having our GitHub whether or not we want to admit it, most of us like having our GitHub profile show all those little green boxes that we're working on shit. And if you're working at a company that's open source, there you go. It also means in the future, if you want to get a different job, it's really easy to put this all on your resume so you can go look at the contributions that you've made. That kind of gives you a flight risk as the company that is doing the open source work. But as long as you give a good enough culture, it kind of is an incentive balance where I have to work harder to maintain you as an employee because you have a way better portfolio for getting hired in the future. That's actually a really cool point too. They can contribute before they start. Other than at Twitch, every job I've ever had, I was contributing to before my first day. A lot of that was because it was open source, or some of that was because it was open source, some of it's because I got early access. The point stands, great people don't wait on things as arbitrary as a date that they're supposed to write their first line of code. They just want to work on shit. Open source helps them do that. This isn't just the case for Post-Hog either. Many companies hire people who contribute to their open source projects and have for a long time. It's beneficial to both parties. Companies can look for and find people who are more familiar with the code base, and candidates get a preview into what working with the company's actually like. Companies can't lie when their work's in the open. This lowers the risk of their expectations not matching the reality of the job. And then point 3, it creates trust. This is one of the biggest ones. Making sure that's there so I have my rant later. Cool. Post-Hog and many other open source startups are built for devs. Defining feature of devs is their strong bullshit detector. Luckily, being open source is a key way to diffuse said bullshit detector. As they say, code don't lie. I feel like AI is changing that pretty fast, but yeah. Also, JavaScript loves lying. Open source builds trust in multiple ways. Instead of saying, trust me, bro, we're working on it, we can link to issues, or better yet, pull requests that show what we're actually doing. Users can then give us direct feedback about these as we ship a solution that actually solves their problem faster. Similar to this, our decision-making process is also in the public. This, I'm assuming, is... No, it's not GitHub issues. Oh, yeah. This is just their newsletter. They're very transparent at Post-Hog about like the way they're thinking and doing things. I have really good comms with them in general, but I'm regularly surprised at how little info I have access to that others don't. Even though I talk to the founders a lot, I talk to Ian quite a bit, I'm friends with these guys, I don't get that much special info from it because everything they're working on is pretty public. They're not hiding shit. Yeah. Being secretive about this is not the source of our advantage. Absolutely agree. If talking about what you're doing is going to put you at a disadvantage, then you don't have a real advantage. If devs need to know the details of the implementation, they can look themselves. I have had to do this quite a bit for some weird edge cases around their AI wrapper for the Vercel AI SDK, which we'll talk about a bit more later. They can audit our code for bugs and potential issues. This enables devs to self-serve answers to their issues. Yes, very, very essential for us. As buyers, you can see our pricing and the entire sales process. There's nothing behind a request demo button, white paper, or a quick call. You can even see what sorts of discounts we offer without needing to haggle like a used car salesman. And even as an employee, everything from the compensation to the benefits to the way that they work are all detailed transparently in their handbook, which is a public page. The way they run the company, the way you will work at PostHog is all detailed in their public company handbook. That's really, really cool. The trust that you create by doing this should be taken seriously. Being open source creates an implicit agreement between a company and a community. The company is expected to be transparent and consistent, and the community provides their support and contributions in return. Just to emphasize how much they care about this type of stuff, I was the first influencer campaign of any form PostHog did, and it was not them approaching me. They actually didn't have a process yet when I approached them. I hit them up and said, hey, you know I love you guys. I've been using you for everything I've built for a while. I feel like the pitch is very easy and that my audience will very much vibe with what you guys are doing. Can we collab? You guys down to pay me to shill you a little harder so I can put you in videos that aren't necessarily related to analytics? They said, sure, let's try this out, see how it goes. It went very well. And now they're trying to take influencer marketing more seriously because someone who organically likes and trusts them, me, I don't want to work with other analytics companies because these guys get it. They're the ones I want to use. They're the ones I was already using. I used them for 3 years before I ever mentioned them. I'd used them for 3 years before I ever did a sponsors thing with them because they're the best solution as far as I'm concerned. And they only were down to work with me because of that. If I was some random influencer that doesn't ship product and doesn't use PostHog, they probably would have been way more skeptical. But they really wanted to invest in trust, which is why I was a good starting point for them to do this type of thing. Yeah. But when this trust and the agreement that comes from it is broken, people start to get angry fast. Often more so than if the company was closed source in the first place. Yep. That's another really big deal. If you start open source and start closing things off, people will be way more pissed than if you just didn't do it ever. They recognize this and they try to prevent it by doing the following. Remain alive and sustainable as a company, set clear expectations of how open source works at PostHog, and keep the license the exact same as they've grown. And now we have point 4. Open source generates more feedback and contribution. I want to show you guys an example of this. Let me open up Slack so I can find it quick. Fuck it. They're open source and transparent. I'll just show you guys the thread. Here is Julius from T3 Chat, Ping, etc., asking them for an ETA on when the support for AI SDK version 5 would exist in their analytics. Because they have a wrapper at PostHog that you can wrap around a model provider for the AI SDK to get more in-depth tracing without having to do any additional work. I actually refused to use this initially. The team pushed for me to because they really wanted more people on this so they could learn more from it. And it did solve a lot of problems that I was causing for myself. So I put the work in, moved us to use the PostHog/AI wrapper, ran into a lot of issues around how that worked on Vercel Fluid Compute, causing crashes that would break generations quite a bit. And yeah, there was a while where I, just to be fully transparent, regretted moving over to this because it causes bugs in prod. It didn't collect much more data than I was already collecting. And now it was blocking our AI SDK v5. So I was very unhappy about this. Thankfully, it was open source. So when I complained to them, I could look at the code and find these specific issues. I could patch package it very easily. And they took the time to cut issues for all of it, link it to me, and link all of the different PRs as they were fixing all of the issues that I ran into. We were able to go back and forth throughout to figure out how to fix all these bugs. And they fixed them. It was great. It took like 3 or 4 days, I think. And that back and forth was great. But now we have the ASDK 5 problem, where they weren't prioritizing the update for v5. We didn't feel like waiting. And when I say we, I mostly mean Julius and Yash, Yash being our intern and Julius being the wizard. Yash filed a PR. We didn't even ask him to. It just suddenly he linked it in our Eng chat and said, hey, I made this. This was his PR where he updated all of the details and this is his PR where he got v5 working for the SDK. Didn't test it on every edge case, but we're getting events in and it's working for us on T3 chat. And this ended up being the reference point. And this ended up being the reference point for the official PR they did soon after. It wasn't even that like necessarily this code was useful. I haven't looked to see how much of Yasha's code was used or not. But what does matter is that we showed how much we wanted this by having a team member file the PR, which kind of lit the fire under their ass to go fix it. Yep. Oh, thanks to Yash for the base PR. Yep. He did use it as a base. Pretty cool. I see you. I want to hire the intern. We're maintaining him. I'll be paying him for as long as he lets me, but he's young. He has finished school. Also, Ichiru, I saw that you asked about fixing the AI SDK wrapper that Posthog does. I would very much love for you to fix this for them. That would be very, very good for us. Hopefully this drives home the point, though. The open source nature of the code massively increases the amount of back and forth we can have in these loops, where it's not just, we want this, oh, we'll add it eventually, and then Slack goes dead for 2 weeks, and then we bump them and say, hey, any chance you've worked on this yet? That all goes away here, where instead it's, hey, here's the issue on your GitHub that we care about. They say, oh, we plan on doing this at this point in time, and our response is, oh, we already have it done. Here's a PR. That iteration loop ends up being much more effective, both for them as a business because it helps them understand what we need better, and for us as consumers of the business because we can push them in a direction more effectively. With every other company, a rule I had to make a while back is that if I can't get a hold of the CEO of a company, it might be a bad choice for us to adopt it. Because if we can't steer them in the direction that we need for our product, we might just be stuck. And I've had enough problems with various vendors that I need the ability to get things pushed in the right direction. This is a huge lever. Like, I'm friends with James. I could hit up the CEO and make changes happen, and believe me, I have. But I don't have to. We can just comment on an issue, file a PR, chat in Slack, and make change happen. That's a huge benefit of open source. Not just because I, as an individual customer, am happy, and because you, as the person maintaining this part of the product, are happy, but this lets the product better work with, it's that this turns me into an advocate. We now feel more bought into Posthog. The fact that they have code we wrote in their project means that we care more about it. We're more invested in it. We're more likely to tell others about it. We're more likely to talk about it on stream like this. Those are the huge benefits that you get, is that level of investment and trust compounds really, really fast. A failure mode of many startups is a lack of people who care. Open source startups often face the opposite challenge, an overwhelming amount of support in the form of feedback and contributions. The solution to this is channeling the contributions. For example, we realize Posthog is more difficult to contribute code for than most other open source projects. So we need to encourage people to contribute in other ways, like making feature requests in the roadmap open so people can comment on it. Also helps them with identifying potential user interviews and beta testers. They also make it easy for people to contribute to the website. Roughly 10% of PRs on the posthog.com repo are from contributors outside of Posthog. I've even seen people write entirely new docs pages. That's really cool, actually. We had this on Upload Thing where somebody wrote an incredible customization PR allowing users to customize what buttons could do what things, which allowed for users to customize the styles of our provided buttons and components. And also a huge documentation page for it. I want to find this PR quick. I want credit, to be able to give credit to the person who did it. This is the original. Yeah. Violi here did a 1,700 line of code PR for adding customization to all of the UI components that we built. We never ended up merging this, but we ended up learning a ton from it and using it as a base for a lot of the design work that we did. And also, similar to what we just saw with PostHog, it kicked us to really figure out how we're going to do customization. Oh, and one last part, having cool merch and being generous with giving it out to contributors. This is also a huge one. We actually have some merch that we did with them. It's probably sold out by now. Yeah, the upload thing, t-shirts. This was actually really funny because we had done the first chat about doing these t-shirts right before I launched T3 chat. And I was like, hey, we should probably do T3 chat for these instead. But they really liked upload thing and wanted to do it with that. Very happy with the results, though. Merch them is the phrase that they have for giving people merch when they do cool things. I would just merch them, deep echoing voice, merch them. If you've been in touch, we should merch them. By providing users ways to contribute outside of code, we maintain the community ethos of open source without asking people to make the heavy investment to get up to speed on development. We pay people to do that instead. Or I pay Yash. Either way. The contributions we do get are hugely helpful, though. They help us ship a product that is both more polished and better tailored to our users' actual use cases. Okay, this all sounds great, but what are the downsides? There has to be something wrong with this, right? Well, monetizations. The big one. Let's see what else they have. Some perceived downsides, like fear of having one's work judged, rarely happen in reality. Most people will never see your work, and your coworkers will almost always be tougher critics than the community is. Yeah, no one's reading the source code and complaining. I did that once and I regretted it. So yeah, not really a thing. The first one is monetization. Every open source startup struggles with how to best monetize. Enterprise plans, paid self-hosting plans, cloud. We tried a combination of these, but we settled on cloud hosting. This enabled us to build a sustainable business while continuing to offer a free product. The vast majority of people use PostHog through the cloud, and over 90% of them are doing it for free because their free limits are so generous. The breadth of PostHog made the decision easier. While users love having more products, it made hosting PostHog more complicated. We make up for this by offering a generous free tier for all products on the cloud. And most people, the reason they want self-hosting is so they can host it for free or really cheap. So by making the free tier so generous, you don't end up wanting that as badly. But point 2 is more important. Support is not free. Because open source projects offer the code for free, people expect support to be free as well. Maintainers often burn out from dealing with a flood of support requests without the resources to respond. We felt this too with our former paid Kubernetes deployments. They were becoming too complex and difficult to debug from afar. Support was taking a significant amount of engineering resources because you can't just have a support person do it, and Eng has to. It wasn't a good experience for the users. Eventually, they decided to shut down the Kubernetes deployment offer where they would help you manage your deployments and redirect the engineering resources to make the cloud version work for the former paying Kubernetes customers with things like SOC 2 compliance. And then the scariest part, you might be competing with yourself. It can be hard to balance a free and open source product against a paid hosted option. No matter what you do, you'll face allegations that you're making the open source version worse intentionally. Definitely not a thing we've had to cover before. Definitely not a thing I had to break up with a sponsor over before. Never happened. Never heard of that before. To be honest, 5 years in, we're still figuring this one out. PostHog's become more complex to host, even for them. The infra team's now 5 people. Kind of funny that a company as big as PostHog still only has 5 people on infra. You'd be amazed at how small each individual team is at PostHog. They really are focusing on keeping things tight and delivering fast. A lot of companies in this position will just grow infinitely, but they're being strategic and careful. We continue to offer a generous free tier, but many people still want to self-host and find it difficult to do so. Again, they are working on it. Actually, to plug another sponsor that you guys know I like too much, Convex open sourced I think it would have been early to mid last year. I don't know when they did it, but they fully open sourced. And not only did they open source in the sense that all the code is there, the CEO will personally go and try to deploy Convex on other clouds every couple of weeks for fun. He spent a week ago, he spent the weekend trying to deploy it on Railway, found some issues, and made the team fix them so it's easier to deploy. The Convex founder is actively making it easier to compete with Convex using Convex. Because in reality, if you want to do this and scale it, it's way easier to just use them. We're not self-hosting Convex for T3 chat. We're using them straight up because I don't want to deal with that stuff. And it's a safe bet for them to make because most others won't either. Yeah. There's definitely a spectrum of how self-hostable is the thing. There's also a spectrum of the license for said self-hosting things, but you get the idea. What hasn't changed is open source being a core value of the company. We have a broader definition of open source than most. We think it's not just the code you write, but your overall culture. We try to be open source in all the ways we can, from the handbook and roadmap and even the newsletter that are all testaments to this. We found this to be the better solution as it's a lot easier to be consistently open when your code isn't the only thing that you open source. I liked this one a lot. Words by Ian, who snuck a Canadianism in here. Good stuff. They even have, this is actually really cool. They have a poll at the bottom to vote for what they should write about next. Very, very cool. This was an awesome read and has definitely helped me better understand why and how Postlog open sourced and how to think about open source for our own stuff too. What do you think though? Time for us to open source T3 chat? I have a bad feeling about this comment section now that I've said that. Oh boy. Until next time, peace nerds. Four down, 5:30. We're making good time. Do I have the energy to do my current stack? I don't want to do it this way. I'll just keep it in here. Yeah. Ichiro asked, how do I like Turbo Repo? I got feelings. That's for another time, though. Cool. Let me thank any subs I missed while we were filming that, and then we'll go right to it. Steven with the tier 1. Thank you for that. New donut. Wait, no, I already got you guys. Zoe Codes is the new one. Thank you, Zoe, for the sub. Really appreciate that. Check YouTube chat quick. I missed a fan funding. Oh, I did hit it. And thank you again, Mika. Back to filming. Marker. My stack 2025. Cool. Let's do it. Cool. I want to start this one. My stack has changed a lot over the last few years. If you've been around since the start of my channel, you might remember that it all started with the T3 stack. That was the stack I had built. Let's redo this. My stack's been in a bit of a chaotic state of flux for the last few years. If you were around for the beginning of the channel, you'll remember that it started alongside the T3 stack, the stack of technologies I liked building with and I had built most of my stuff with at the time, including my company, Ping Labs. Third time's the charm. I want to get this as a smooth take. My stack's been in a bit of flux lately, if you haven't noticed. If you've been around since my channel started, you know that it all began with the T3 stack, the stack that I built my business on top of, Ping. You know, the video call app that I still use for all my collabs. That went really well, and I love the stack so much that I wanted to share it with the world. And that's kind of what led to this channel existing. I could never have guessed where it would take me, and I certainly wouldn't have guessed where my stack would end up too. As such, I want to take the time to break down with y'all what the current state of my stack is, what happened to the T3 stack, and how do I recommend building today, because it's very different than it was before, and it's incredibly different from how I ever would have imagined it being. I'm very happy with where my stack has ended up. It has made building more fun and more exciting than it's ever been for me. I'm very happy with where we've landed, but I also think there will be some pieces that surprise you guys. From my choice to no longer really use SQL to my slow migration away from Next.js server components and, most importantly, tRPC, the place I've landed is weird. The place I've landed is also really, really fun and, surprisingly, works well with vibe coding too, which is a cool benefit of the way that I like to think about building. Turns out, when everything in your code base is a file, not some weird config in some dashboard, AI is way better at it than it would be navigating some stupid page. This video is going to include everything from the packages I use, the frameworks I build around, the services I integrate, and most importantly, the way I think about all of these things as I am building and designing my applications and their infrastructure. This is meant to be a holistic, this isn't meant to be a do this or else so much as how I make the decisions I make as I build the stacks up for my things. And most importantly, why I love Flutter so much. Seriously though, this is going to be a fun one. I'm very excited to dive into all of this with you. But I can't give away these secrets for free. Okay, I can, but I would like to make some money. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Let's start by breaking down the, how do I put this? Let's start by breaking down the pieces of your stack. You have the database, API layer, the API layer being the thing that lets clients or even services access the data in the database and write to and from it. You have your auth layer. Could be rolled your own, could be using a package, could be a service. You have client framework. That's the actual code that runs on the client and the framework you use to define it. You have your style system. This can be a couple different things. It could be how you use CSS, but it could also be the way that you define the components directly. Let me check my list quick to make sure. You have your package, management, and generally workspace management nowadays. I find that NPM and PNPM more and more do a lot of things that you might not have before. Package management's become a very complex thing. And then you have the additional services, things like the backend host, the database host, analytics, plus the host for that. And then there's a couple optional things like monorepos. Thing that covers most of it. I could stick language in here, but you know my take. If it could be in TypeScript and it isn't, there's a good chance you're being irresponsible because you have to have client code somewhere. And if you could use the same language for both, that's really cool. Believe me, I wish I could just say Elixir as my answer for all of these, but I can't. I need to be realistic. Oh. Not mentioning CAPTCHA. That's a fair point. Do I put CAPTCHA in? I have such varied takes on CAPTCHA. I'll do it. Oh, there's also payments. Cool. I think this covers all the pieces that I want to break down here. Let's go through it. Not necessarily in order, though. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just take the parts and make them their own sections on the page. Start with the client framework. This one is not such an easy question answer. I'll put this up here so it's easier to move. Let's start with the client framework. So this one, the thing I've been thinking about a lot lately. Realistically speaking, I'm going to use React still. That's not because other things aren't good or cool, so much as React supported by everything, every library, every dev system, every library, every compiler, every bundler, every editor, every AI vibe coding agent, everything supports React. If it can be done in the web, there's a package for it for React almost certainly at this point. It is what it is. You can have the feelings, or you can have all the feelings you want, but there are few ecosystems that are both as composable and comprehensive as React is. But that's not such a simple thing anymore, because React is just a piece. It's not the whole equation. And it's kind of two different directions you can go with it. And those are obviously Gatsby and Create React App. And how do you pick between these two? Obviously, I am trolling here. The real options are Next.js and Vite. And more, a new challenger has been approaching. TanStack Start. Which way, weary traveler? You guys know me. You know that I've historically went down one of these paths much more than the others. And if I'm being honest, still kind of the case. I still find myself gravitating towards Next.js for various reasons that we'll discuss momentarily. But I do see myself looking at TanStack Start and the TanStack router ecosystem more and more every day. But Vite's in a really good state too. And if I just want something small and simple, like if I'm doing a sandbox or a side project or anything where I don't need a statically rendered homepage, Vite can be really nice. This guy's annoying me. How long have you been around for? Chill out. Griff with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Good to see you. We're actually filming a video about the current state of my stack, which should be very fun. We're going to go through... I scrolled the wrong way there. All the different pieces of my stack and how I decide on them today. Should be very fun. So, we got Next, Vite, and TanStack as the main options here. There's another way I would recommend thinking about this, though. I would think of this less as the bundler or the init command, and more as the different paths for routers. Next.js is the router for Next. TanStack Start's router is TanStack Router. And Vite gives you a lot of options, but realistically, the option you're picking is React Router. Believe me, I wish more than anybody that people used minimal, powerful routers like Wouter more. I fucking love Wouter. Great piece of software. But they don't. They use React Router. React Router's in a really good state nowadays, too. Makes all the sense in the world. So you really got to pick a router you want alongside the generative details that you want, too. Like, the first question I would ask when you're trying to pick between these is, do you want any static pages? So you can have the classic like homepage.com and then app.homepage.com, where homepage.com is made in fucking, I don't know, Webflow or some shit. And then the app.homepage.com is your Vite-based React application. See this all the time. You'll see it on most of the things that I talk about in my content. And if you do that, you can use Webflow or a framework like Astro, or even go set it up in WordPress. Who cares? When you separate these things, you now don't have to think as much about how you make some parts static and some parts dynamic, because you don't want your homepage to be a single page app, Vite app, with no default content. You want your homepage to be an HTML file that has the correct content in it. You absolutely want that. So if you do want these in the same project, which I often do, if you look at something like Upload Thing, we have a static homepage with a lot of cool dynamic parts like our Rive animation here and whatnot. But it is a static HTML page. If I turn off JavaScript, it will still load and show content. But then when you go to the dashboard, it becomes much more of a traditional dynamic application. So your choice should... So if you want some pages to be static on your... So if you want some page to be static and you don't want to do this split between different domains for the different parts of your app, your best bet, for sure, is going to be something like Next or TanStack Start. TanStack Start is still very early in figuring out the details between the parts, but it's getting there really fast. Definitely keep an eye on it. But if you really want a good minimal homepage with all the SEO and shit figured out, and at the same time have a dynamic app that is using the same code, can use the same components, the same everything, the magic that you want there is most easily done in Next.js. So if you want a static homepage and dynamic everything else, or maybe you want your blog to be built and compiled in a static set of things, that's all in a good state. And if you want to go really far with it, a thing I'm probably going to be setting up soon is multi-zone, which I do think they have an app router. Cool, they do. Multi-zone lets you have different Next.js projects that are different sub-paths on one greater Next.js project. So I can have 3 different package JSONs for 3 different Next apps. One is the blog, one's the dashboard, one's the homepage. And all of them are being routed through multi-zone in one Next app, which means that your build times for your blog aren't going to affect the build times for your dynamic app. And believe it or not, the build times for the blog are often worse because parsing Markdown in JavaScript sucks for a bunch of reasons. You get the point, though. There's a lot of opportunity in Next to vary how static and dynamic different things are, and a lot of different dimensions that they've already solved for, where if you care about this, it's very beneficial. But if your eyes are glazing over at this part of the video, that's fine. Just go use Vite. Vite and React Router are a great combo, and I've been using them more and more for my side projects and one-off things. They're a really good set of tools. They might not help when you want to fix your SEO or have a nice landing page, but they're very easy to work with otherwise. So once you figured out this part, I'd argue the decision gets a lot easier. If you do want static pages, I'd still highly recommend Next. You should think about TanStack Start. The React Router and Remix ecosystem probably won't help you much here, and Remix is in crazy flux right now. I wouldn't bet on that at all at the moment. They're about to change everything about it. React Router is still fine in a minimal enough depth. I wouldn't recommend against it. But Remix, which is the framework that the React Router team built as an alternative to Next, I'd stay away for now. They're moving off of React they're actually moving off React entirely for the next version. So we'll see how that goes. Cool. So I think you understand how I pick between these two. If I want a marketing page, we go Next. If I don't, we go Vite. Easy enough. Cool. So we have one of these handled. Where do we go now? Up or down? I feel like down's a lot easier. You guys can already guess what my style system is. I have a whole bunch of videos breaking down how I think about styles. Tailwind plus ShadCN. Mind you, we've customized the shit out of our ShadCN. But same difference. You know what we're doing here. ShadCN kind of solved all the things I complained about 3 years ago in my previous CSS video. It's a really good combination of the behaviors of the way CSS works and your style system. They combine really well there. And next, because we're here and it's easy, package management. I'm still on PNPM. I know, the bun people. The bun people don't have big monorepos. Bun is not a pleasant experience in a monorepo. It's made progress, but it's not there yet. And when you're using stuff like Turbo Repo, getting Turbo Repo and Bun to play nice when you're bundling various packages throughout, not worth it. And honestly, I find myself reaching for PNPM more and more, even on single package and single package JSON stuff, just because I don't want to remember to switch between the two different commands. I remember back in the day, there was a package called Narn that was npm and yarn, and it would look at the lock file in the directory and use whichever one was for that project. And now I need bnpm, which uses bun or pnpm depending on which one the project's using. Oh, Antfu has knee, and I bet knee would actually work pretty well for this too. Oh, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah, knee is probably what I want. Yeah. Use the lock file to make sure you're using the right package manager. Using knee would probably get me using bun a lot more. I should definitely consider this. Cool. You got the idea. I'm on PNPM for monorepo support. If you're still on npm or yarn, please stop. You're hurting yourself way more than you need to. Both PNPM and bun will cache the packages you install in a global cache, so you don't have to do a network request every time you install if you're reinstalling packages, making changes, or spinning up multiple projects. If you have more than like 3 projects on your computer right now and you're not using PNPM or bun, you're being irresponsible. Just straight up. So yeah, it's time. Kill npm and yarn. I was an npm there. I stayed on npm way longer than I should have. I had moved from yarn to npm when it got good enough. Now I'm on PNPM always now. Make the switch. Cool. Next part is easy enough. I'm just going to say it. I know we broke up, but I'm still on Vercel. There are so many little things they get right that are so annoying if you try to do them elsewhere. From how preview environments work to the power of fluid compute for a serverless environment without giving up on Node. I feel like the other options I would have would require a lot more work or compromise. Like, Cloudflare would be cheaper and would have slightly better performance characteristics for things like these long-running agentic workloads and T3 chats inference endpoints. Because Cloudflare's workers are, or because Cloudflare workers, as I've mentioned in far too many videos now, are an abstraction level higher than what Vercel does. Because every request on Vercel goes to a Linux instance that is yours. So it's virtualized at like the Linux container level, where with Cloudflare, it's virtualized as different service workers in V8, many layers above the kernel. That means that when your request doesn't need CPU because it's waiting for something else to happen, someone else's request can go to somebody else's code on the same box on the same V8 instance and resolve it. Which means that Cloudflare doesn't care about how much time your request takes. They only care about how much compute the request uses. Which means for things that are long duration, low compute, like AI inference, where I'm just sitting there waiting for the OpenAI API to respond with tokens, it doesn't matter if that request takes 20 minutes. I'm only going to be billed for like 1/10 of a second. So Cloudflare makes more sense for some of these workloads, but it's also not Node. And I know they keep making the Node compatibility better. They do, but they also absolutely fucking don't. And at the same time, the process of deploying on Cloudflare is still comically harder than Vercel. If I want to put a project on Vercel, I don't even use the CLI. I go to the Vercel homepage, I click the new project button, I click the GitHub repo, and now it's up. That's it. If I want to do things on Cloudflare, I have a day ahead of me. If I'm not starting with Cloudflare's like worker templates, I'm screwed. If you're not starting with the Wrangler starting points, good luck, have fun. And even then, the amount of hell I've went through to try and get like an API endpoint to serve next to static assets without them clobbering each other when they made the Cloudflare pages to Cloudflare workers migration. I had 3 Cloudflare employees trying to help me debug it. All of them were wrong. I had to read the source code for Wrangler to figure out why they were adding random hashes to my bundles that weren't supposed to be there. Like, there was legitimately a point where I understood Cloudflare's deployment process better than the people working on Wrangler did because I was trying so hard to figure this out. And I'm not saying it's not worth it, and I'm not saying it's not easy for some of you guys for some things. What I'm saying is the software I build, which has backends and front ends, and they have to relate to each other, doesn't work great on Cloudflare without a decent bit of effort. Hell, fucking environment variables didn't work until 2 weeks ago. You had to use their alternative way of thinking about environments until literally last week, where they finally added .env support. So yeah, Cloudflare is fine as long as you're willing to put up with all that friction. But Vercel is fine too. And now that we have the price difference with Fluid Compute, which I've talked about in many videos, go watch them if you haven't and you're interested, Vercel is cheaper than running your own Lambdas. If that statement sounds stupid, either you don't understand Fluid Compute, so you should go watch that video, or you don't want to admit that people can build better solutions on top of other things. It's crazy that, like, if we were to have a spectrum of cost where on the left is most expensive and on the right here is least expensive, that previously it was Vercel, Lambda, $5 VPS, and Cloudflare. The really crazy thing that happened with Fluid Compute is Vercel moved here. It's still more expensive than a $5 VPS for a lot of different workloads, but it's cheaper than Lambda because on AWS, one Lambda resolves one request. On Vercel, one Lambda resolves as many requests as it can in the time it's alive for. They built that abstraction layer. Vercel is now cheaper. They make a ton of sense for a ton of different scales. And if you want Node, infinite scale up and down, incredible preview deployments and experience there, and all the other things I've talked about, they're really worth it still. Call me a shill all you want. Vercel has cost me more money than any individual company I've ever talked about because the old sponsor deal, I was getting fucking fleeced. So no, I'm saying this because I believe it. And moving off Vercel will be a sad day for us. And honestly, we were considering it heavily. When I saw how bad our bills were going to be for all the durations that we were hitting for T3 chat, I was ready to exit. And then Fluid Compute happened and dropped our bill by 90%. Now I don't care that much. You get the idea. So I'm on Vercel. I'm sticking with them for a while. Now we need to talk about the one that if you've been around for the last couple months, you already know. But if you haven't, this might come as a huge surprise. We have dbhost and db. They are the same for me now. So I'll start up here. I got convex pilled. Never thought I'd see the day. I talked so much shit to those guys 4 years ago because previously, instead of convex, I had a whole different set of stuff I would use. So I would use MySQL on planet scale, and I would hit it through Prisma or Drizzle, mostly Drizzle. I would then define endpoints in TRPC. If I needed live updates, I would put those in something like, or if I needed live updates, I would put those in Pusher or UWebSocket. And then I would use React Query on the client to pull this all together. Notice how I didn't change anything on the convex side. Instead of MySQL or another SQL, I use convex. Instead of PlanetScale and another host, I use convex. Instead of an ORM like Prisma or Drizzle, I use convex. Instead of TRPC or some other API definition layer, I use convex. Instead of Pusher for some live update layer, that just comes in. I'm using convex. And instead of React Query, I'm using the built-in convex use query and use mutation. I fucking wish they named them differently. It is what it is. There's a couple quirks with them, but for the most part, they're really nice. In particular, the optimistic update path is incredible for them. I never thought I would do this because a huge part of why I like the T3 stack and why I made it in the first place is that modular nature. The point is that you can pick which parts you want, ignore the ones you don't, and change the ones you want different things out of. And I changed them all to convex. I don't want this to just be yet another convex glazing video, and it's very hard to not do that, believe me. I'm very fun at parties nowadays. You get the idea, though. Let's just go through and put convex everywhere they need to be here. Convex, convex. I still use tRPC when I need things that aren't in my convex layer. Doesn't happen that much nowadays, honestly. DB host, convex. Well, I think that hits all the things here that are convex. You might be thinking about the auth layer, though. Doesn't convex have auth? Yeah, and they kind of hate it. Talk to them a lot. They're not proud of their auth package. It works. Kind of. I never got it working. Not sure how much of that was their fault versus mine, but it was way easier for me to use pretty much every other option. We should probably break down those options. The auth layer. The main two paths you can take here are the main two paths you can take here are a service or package. You can roll it entirely yourself, and I hope you understand how stupid that is to do, because there's a lot of pieces of auth that you will get wrong if you do it yourself. You should use a package. And believe it or not, I have been pretty deep down both of these recently. For packages, you have options like OpenAuth, which if you're not familiar with, is by Dax and the SST crew. They also make open code. You have NextAuth, which is now known as Auth.js. I've been through it with Auth.js. I wouldn't recommend it nowadays. You used to have Elysia, but that's dead. Oh, it's not Elysia. It's... Fuck, what's the one I'm thinking of? Lucia, yeah. You had Lucia Auth, but it's dead now. Don't touch it. Cool documentation, good things to learn from, but don't use it. But then you have the most important one, BetterAuth. BetterAuth is really good. I'm also an investor, so account for some bias. We'll talk about them more momentarily. On the services side, you have Auth0. Please don't use Auth0. But you have better options, which are also, again, both sponsors, Clerk and WorkOS. Since this side is the easiest for me to talk about, I'm going to start with it. To put it very simply, if your goal is to get Auth working as quick as possible with all the niceties you need, like organization management, subscriptions and payments handled, the little button in the corner a user can click to have all their information come out and customize their profile and whatever, all those types of things. If you want to not think about Auth, just get it working with payments and everything handled, Clerk is going to make your life much better. I still default most of my projects to Clerk. When I make a new thing and it needs Auth, Clerk is the happiest path there by far. So if you want everything handled for you, from payments to the components the users see, easy paths to implement most of the things you'd ever want, and a reasonable price with some really good deals included, like the fact that a user doesn't count towards your user limit until they've shown up twice. If they show up once and then don't show up again if they show up once and then don't show up again for the rest of the month, the first 24 hours of a user session are free. So if they show up 25 hours later, then they count. But if they sign in once and never again, they don't count towards the user limits. Very generous. I really like that policy because it keeps a random surge of users from costing you money. WorkOS, I recommend if you care more about WorkOS, I recommend if you want to be ready for enterprise. Not that you're an enterprise company, but you might be selling to them. If you need to deal with SAML, Okta, all those other annoying analogies that if you want to deal with things like SAML and Okta and all the other stuff that they handle with their admin portal, you've almost certainly seen an ad now because WorkOS has bought a lot of ads on the channel. They are the solution when you want, they're the solution when the company you want to work with cares more about Auth than you do. If you want a company that has a person whose job is setting up Auth to integrate into your service so that they can use it with their company, WorkOS is by far the easiest way to handle all of that bullshit. So I would say Clerk if you want, Clerk if you're getting started. You want payments handled because their subscription stuff built into Clerk is really, really good. And man, I wish it was there when we started T3 chat. It would have made life much easier. You benefit from the built-in components. And most importantly, you just want to get back to building your app. These are the reasons you pick Clerk. Let me spread this out more. Whereas with WorkOS, it's a little different. With WorkOS, it's you want to sell to enterprises. You're tired of SAML, Okta, and all these other things. And of course, you want a solution that scales to sizes like OpenAI, Cursor, and more. Because yes, OpenAI, Cursor, and so many of these other companies are using WorkOS. I am regularly surprised how many businesses are on WorkOS. PlanetScale, Vercel, a lot of the other things we talk about, all on WorkOS. Hopefully this makes it pretty easy to decide between these two if you do want to go the service route. But there is a new player that complicates things. BetterAuth. BetterAuth is a very interesting solution because on one hand, it is meant to be a better open source set of packages to build your auth layer, comparable to things like NextAuth, OpenAuth, etc. But they also are a they're also a YC-backed startup that has plans to build services and monetize and more. I'm very excited about the future of BetterAuth. That's why I invested. They know what they're doing. They're building awesome stuff. Right now, they don't have the cloud platform. You're expected to attach BetterAuth to another database, probably the one you're already using for your auth layer, or probably the database you're already using for your app. BetterAuth integrates great with all the different database. BetterAuth will work with pretty much any database you would reasonably be using. It works with most web frameworks. They have support for fucking everything. BetterAuth's really good. The thing that they're still figuring out, though, is but since they don't have a hosted platform like Convex and WorkOS do, integration into other hosted platforms kind of becomes your problem. Which means for something like Convex, it's your problem. Thankfully, this is being worked on. I know for a fact that both Convex and BetterAuth are investing heavily in making a happy path here. One of the things that's so cool about Convex is their concept of components, where you can have different, and when I say component, I don't mean the thing in React, kind of similar, kind of different. Components in Convex are structures of behaviors that you would want to live in your database and API layer. So if you want to add work pooling so that you can parallelize tasks, but only up to a certain amount, if you want to make sure only 10 of a task can be running at a given time, you can install their work pool component that spins up like a sub table in the database that manages all of that. It's in a little drop down in their dashboard. And it also gives you these pieces of code and logic that you can use in your Convex queries and mutations. This is implementing BetterAuth, or the Convex BetterAuth packages are implementing BetterAuth in Convex using components, which is very exciting. The idea that I could npm install, add 2 lines of code to my app.config.ts file, and now BetterAuth and all of the tables and things it needs are integrated into Convex without me having to maintain any of it. Very, very exciting. I am so hyped for this because right now, the thing missing for me being able to do a really easy template for getting started with my new stack is the auth part. Retake on that bit. I'm super excited for this in particular because it's kind of the missing piece if I wanted to make a template. Right now, if you took even something like the T3 chat codebase, just npm install, npm run dev, if you haven't already signed into Convex, a link pops up that says, hey, you need to sign into Convex to keep going. And you do it. It doesn't matter if you're on my team or not, since all of the config in a Convex project is just the Convex folder. I have my Image Studio project here. Here's my Convex config. I have models, my schema. Here's the table definition for the project. It's just here. Here are the different models that I have access to. This is just source code that is run by all these things. The only pieces that are missing here are the API keys for the services that I'm hitting through the convex endpoints, specifically in this case, FAL, because that's where all my AI generation is occurring. Since all of this just lives as code, you don't need access to my convex. You don't need access to my configurations on AWS or any of these other things. You just run npm install and run dev, sign into a random GitHub account on convex, and you're good to go. But then you want to add auth. And then it stops being so simple. Very quickly stops being so simple. Because if you want that auth in the database yourself, you got to define a lot of schema. And if you want the auth somewhere else, you got to put a lot of time into dashboards. And one of the pointed goals of my set of tooling is to avoid time in dashboards when building. You can spend all the time you want in your analytics dashboard when you're done building, but you shouldn't have to be navigating UIs to update your project, both because I hate doing that. I like my source code being the source of all the behaviors, but also because AI is much better at it too. Good luck vibe coding your way through the Supabase dashboard. That's why they have all these MCPs, because that's the only way to change things. And once you have those dashboards, you also have a bunch of state you have to deal with that isn't in your code base. That part in particular terrifies me. That I could run a project at a different time and have it behave entirely differently because it's relying on some config somewhere that isn't actually in the code base. That genuinely horrifies me, and a big part of how I design my stack is to avoid those types of things. But right now, auth is one of those things because you need to get it from somewhere. Convex plus better auth is promising the solution that I'm looking for here, which is that all of the auth management will just be part of the convex deployment. What that looks like is a little bit chaotic. See all of the fields that they have to add in order to handle the things that may or may not come from the user object. And you have the account separate, verification, two-factor. Like, all of this is necessary for pretty much every user in your project. One of the reasons I like auth services, because I like not having to deal with all this shit. But once the better auth convex integration is more stabilized, this is going to be very, very good. And I am so excited because none of this code will even live in your code base. This is all just going to come from their package. And then when you set up convex, just by running the dev command in any of these templates, these will all be defined for you automatically. So I would expect in the near future for a T3, so I would expect in the near future, if I'm going to do something like create T3 app again and go harder on that, it's going to happen when BetterAuth and Convex is a much more stable, happy path. And I know this is the path that Convex is betting on too. They don't want to maintain their auth components anymore. They want BetterAuth to do that and to have a really happy integration story. And God, if they figure out the Stripe part too, whew, it's going to be very, very good. Speaking of which, we should probably talk about the payments part, because what's the point of building if you can't get paid, right? Payments. I'll be straight up. If you're not using Stripe, you're being irresponsible. To be clear, I don't mean using Stripe directly necessarily, because there are a lot of other options. My CTO is really hyped on Autumn. They're a YC-backed company that lets you configure all of your prices and all of the stuff that people can do in your app and pay for as an autumn.config.typescript file. And then it will handle the configuration for both dev and prod, as well as all the data management, the syncing, the making sure users are in a good state for you. Autumn is very, very promising. It's also open source, handles all the bullshit. I've been through it with Stripe webhooks, as I'm sure many of you know. I did a whole ass video and GitHub repo, how to stay sane implementing Stripe. This went so well that Stripe actually invited me to speak at a company all hands with the CEO. They took my feedback seriously, and I'm sure they're working on it still some amount. But I am tired of waiting, as I'm sure many of you are as well. I've gotten endless positive feedback about this project. It has over 5K stars, and almost every day somebody hits me up thanking me for this. It's become one of the best things that honestly ever happened to Stripe, because now there's a path to do it right, to manage the webhooks, to make sure that things stay in sync, and to keep it all from screwing over your database. Very nice. Generally speaking, I don't like having things like... Generally speaking, when I have my application... Generally speaking, when I have my application DB, I want the data in it to be, frankly, application data. What I don't want in my application DB is things that aren't application data. Those are things like auth data. God, the next time I have to think about, or the next time I have to think about fucking session tokens in my app DB, I'm going to move to a fucking farm. I'm done with that shit. That's a separate concern for a separate place. Right now in T3 chat, we have our auth through OpenAuth in a KV that is fully separated from everything else in our app. Our auth layer is an isolated microservice that we own ourselves running on Cloudflare that just manages the token passing. And then everything else is done inside of T3 chat with our database on Convex. In the future, we'll probably move to WorkOS because we want to sell to enterprises and it'll make that path much easier. But for now, we keep that data far away. The reason I'm talking about this now is I think the same thing about payment data. Right now, all of the data around your subscription status, the state of payments, and all of that doesn't live in our Convex database on T3 chat. We keep all of that in a simple KV. We're using Upstash and Redis for it. That just maps the user ID to the state of the user subscription. And whenever a webhook comes in, we update it. And whenever the user requests it and we don't have it, we double check and write it in the KV at that time. All of this is detailed in the Stripe recommendations. If you are wanting to do vanilla Stripe, I highly recommend reading this, even if you don't end up using it, just to make sure your implementation methods are lining up with all the different annoying edge cases and bugs and shit you'll hit. Because Stripe's webhooks, they're something, man. That's all I'll say about it. Let me show this in my notes. Cool. What's the other thing like Autumn? There's another that I've interacted with that's pretty cool. Is it the P, I think? Polar. All that said, I'm increasingly interested in solutions like Polar and Autumn. I don't want to deal with this shit the same way I don't want to deal with auth shit. These are both very, very interesting projects to me. I'd recommend at least looking into the two before making a decision. Be careful with this. You don't want a solution that doesn't work. Or be careful with this part too. You don't want a solution that makes it harder for users to pay for things. This is the most important part of your app, is managing payments. Don't screw this part up. Put extra care in. And it sucks that I can't just build something into the template because it's not that easy. But if it was, I'd probably put in Autumn because I like those guys. I can bully them to do whatever I need them to do. Regardless, all of these things are built on top of Stripe. I'd recommend sticking with that. Oh, also, Clerk's solution here is good too. So if you haven't picked your auth solution yet and you want the users to be the ones subscribing, like it's a very direct one-to-one relationship, Clerk makes that very easy to do for not too much money. Really good option. Check it out. Cool. What do we have left? Analytics is a big one. And my answers, not quite as big. PostHog. I like these guys so much that I bullied them into sponsoring me. I've been using PostHog for almost 4 years now. They're an open source set of analytics tools and all the things you need for building product, from feature flags, session replays, and more. I mostly use the analytics. I very occasionally will use the experiments and feature flag parts. I also like the AI analytics piece, but it's mostly a wrapper around their existing analytics stuff. Very happy with these guys. I don't like any of the other options. I'll still occasionally do things with, what's it called? Yeah, Plausible. Yeah. I'll still occasionally do things with Plausible. I like these guys quite a bit. They're an open source, or they're also open source. They're all Elixir based, which is cool, but it's just for web analytics. And web analytics and product analytics are very different things. Product analytics are figuring out how many users go through these flows and where do they churn. If you want to know things on a per user basis of any form, you want product analytics. If you want to know which page people go to in general and which sources they're coming from in general, that's when something like Plausible makes sense. Plausible is an alternative to something like Google Analytics. Postdog is an alternative to Mixpanel, Amplitude, and all these much heavier analytics platforms. If you don't know the difference between product analytics and web analytics, you probably want product analytics. If you do know the difference and you know you want web analytics, Plausible is really cool. If users don't sign in, you probably want Plausible. If users do sign in, you probably want Postdog. That said, Postdog's been building a lot of the web analytics things as well recently, so it's even harder to pick. You can't really go wrong with Postdog. I've tried Hotjar, didn't love it. It's been a while though. Cool. Let's keep gunning through these. CAPTCHA, rate limiting, etc. I have feelings on this. Other people asked, so I decided to put it in here. We're still using HCAPTCHA. I'm not sure how long for, though. I've gotten weird vibes talking with them in general. They really want to cut some deal where they give us a discount on T3 chat for an ad, but those are different businesses with no overlap, and I try to explain it to them, and they get like angry at me for it. So that sucked. On top of that, I still had to implement way too much shit myself in order to make it a good experience, and the documentation was super unclear. The false positive rates are significantly lower than they were with reCAPTCHA, and the integration was slightly less bad than reCAPTCHA's, but none of them are even close to good developer experience. Chat's already figured out where we're going with this. Vercel's bot ID is a really, really good option. Obviously, only useful if you're already on Vercel, but if you are on Vercel, it's pretty crazy. They both have an alternative to Turnstile, and there's a lot about Cloudflare that I will defend, a lot about Cloudflare that I do not like. Turnstile is such a shit show. I cannot in good faith even like say it without saying that. Like I cannot mention Turnstile without making sure you're aware of how shitty an experience it is for both developers and users. If you're not showing the Turnstile widget on the page with the big Cloudflare logo, there's like a 40% chance it's going to fail. The invisible mode doesn't fucking work, and they don't have an invisible to visible promotion path, so you're fucked. Don't touch, or like, I cannot recommend anyone use Turnstile in its current state. I know they're working on it, but it is a shit show. I had, like, of these options, Turnstile cost us business, investments, tons of new users, and so much more. Turnstile was a shit show for us. I highly recommend avoiding it. And it ruins the developer experience too, because when you have it on in dev, it just randomly injects shit into the JS to test if you have a debug flag or not, to know if you're on a real client. I've been through it with Turnstile. I could do like a 2-hour video about it. I'll cut it here. Just know it fucking sucks. That's all I'll say. Watch my CAPTCHAs video to learn more in detail about the hell that is Turnstile. What's cool about Bot ID is they've kind of found the balance between something like Turnstile and something like HCAPTCHA or reCAPTCHA. The benefit of Turnstile is that it's like entirely free. You can only have a certain number of widgets for different sites before they make you go to the enterprise plan, but it will authenticate as many users as you want for free once you have it set up. Something like HCAPTCHA or reCAPTCHA is quite a bit more expensive. Charges $1 per 1,000 requests. What's interesting here is you might have noticed we have both of those options. We have basic analysis, which is free. That's their alternative to Turnstile. And they have deep analysis for bot ID on Vercel, which is much more comparable to something like HCAPTCHA or reCAPTCHA for the $1 per 1,000 checks. So you have both. And they're even working on making it easier to programmatically change which one for different routes. I've been talking with them a bunch about it, because obviously they want us to move, and honestly, I really want to move. If I was building today, this is probably what I would have picked. And the integration is probably the best part. Like, compared to every other solution, it's such a simple integration. Like, I had to write probably 1,000 lines of JS, debug a bunch of different packages, none of which worked, and spend 2 days sanity checking to get reCAPTCHA v3 working. If anybody tells you it's easier than that, then their implementation is broken. I promise you. Whereas with bot ID, I go to my next config, I wrap it with bot ID, and now when I init it in the instrumentation client, I can specify to protect different routes and different methods on said routes. And now I'm done. Now the client is all handled. You might have to, you have to put in the bot ID client somewhere in your React code, just be on the root. And now, whenever somebody goes to one of those protected routes or sends a request to one of them, it will handle everything for you. No weird plugging between parts. You just use the component, you make the config, and you're done. And when you're ready to check, const verification equals await check bot ID. If verification.isBot, fail them. This is so much better. It's so comically better. Somebody asked, will bot ID still work if you turn off JS? No, nothing will fucking work if you turn off JS. Would you have to put an anti-DDoS layer? Most decent solutions handle that for you. They either put Cloudflare in front for you for the DDoS protection, or they built their own thing that's even better. Vercel's firewall is much better than Cloudflare's nowadays, so I'm very happy with the one that exists there. You are officially over the line, bud. You were told to not recommend things when I'm filming. You can appeal it later. You're out for the stream. I watched you try. Yeah. Yeah, so if you care about blocking DDoS, and to be very clear, DDoS protection and bot protection are different things. DDoS protection is making sure that when you get a huge surge of obviously fake traffic, that you block it before your code is hit. Bot protection is making sure that when your code is hit, that you're verifying if the user is a human or not in order to prevent them from sending something or doing something automated. So for something like T3 chat, we don't put bot protection on most of our endpoints. When you're trying to get your user data or you're trying to update something in the database, we don't check if you're a bot or not for those things. But if you're trying to do something expensive, which in our case is generate a message, that's when we run our CAPTCHA checks, because we want to make sure the expensive thing can't be automated and spammed. And we learned that one the hard way. There is one other company that I've been eyeing for all of this. They're a recent sponsor and also an old investment of mine. They took a while to get all the pieces together, but they've absolutely done it now. And again, one of those things I wish existed when I built T3 Chat. ArcJet is painless security for all of the different shit. It's so much nicer to integrate than most other solutions. If you want to do like bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, DDoS protection, all this shit, they have all of it with a really good SDK. You define the ArcJet helper. You can define a detect bot rule. So this will check if it's a bot or not. And you can even choose to allow certain categories like search engines. You can have token buckets, which make sure users are only doing certain numbers of things, and choose how you identify a user. You get the idea. It's a really cool programmatic way to define the security layers in your application. I like these guys a lot. They're building cool stuff. Highly recommend checking it out if you haven't. There's a reason I let them sponsor, and there's a reason I invested, because I think they're pretty cool. All that said, if you're not on Vercel, HCAPTCHA or ArcJet. If you are on Vercel, bot ID is really promising. DDoS protection, if you're not already on Vercel or Cloudflare, that's your problem. Figure it out yourself. Rate limiting, every use case for rate limiting is so different. That's your problem. Cool. That's the core. We use Convex for the database. We use Convex for the app layer because, again, Convex deploys real code. Most things are going on there now. I don't really define a whole lot of endpoints in Next.js anymore. But if I do need to for various reasons, I still reach for tRPC. Auth layer varies a lot. I am hopeful for better auth soon. Otherwise, Clerk or Work OS. We've been over why. Client framework, React plus Vite or Next. Next if you want static pages, Vite if you don't. TanStack start coming very soon. Style system, Tailwind and Shadcn. Watch any of my other videos to know why. Package management, PNPM. Once monorepos are better handled than Bun, we'll take it more seriously. Until then, I have no issues with PNPM. I'm very happy with it. It's one of the few pieces of software that doesn't really fail me ever. Backend host, still on Vercel. Also for all my web assets. It's very convenient. Database host, Convex. Really convenient. They do all those layers for me. And also now, Convex is built on top of PlanetScale, which used to be my favorite database host. So I get all the speed and scale benefits that I would get from PlanetScale without having to do it myself. Analytics and the analytics host, PostHog, CAPTCHA, rate limits, etc. Vercel bot ID or HCAPTCHA or ArcJet. Payments, Stripe, or of course the alternatives that are built on top of it, like Clerk, Autumn, or what was the other one named again? I'm going to close all those tabs. Polar. Clerk, Autumn, or Polar. And now for the extras. Actually, there's a couple other extras. Let's just make a different section down here. Time for the extra credit section. This is going to include things like monorepos, mobile, and of course, effect. Oh, file upload's a good point too. I'll sneak that in here. Cool. One last piece here. File upload. Hopefully you guys know what we use for this upload thing. I will say Convex solution is pretty good. The catch with Convex is that it doesn't handle public versus private files really at all. Upload thing is a much more inclusive file management and uploading solution, similar to how something like BetterAuth is significantly better at auth than Convex auth is. I'd say they're very similar in that regard. The difference being you don't have to configure a whole lot to get file uploading working if you're doing it with either tool. You do have to configure a lot to get auth working regardless of what you're using. Upload thing will give the best experience for file upload for your users, for fetching said files, for managing private files, for scaling to large numbers of files, for making the DX of when a file upload is completed and all of that good. Upload thing will be the best solution by far without fucking your bandwidth as well. Convex's file upload is fine too, though. Hell, in the image studio I'm building right now, I'm using Convex auth just because it was one less thing to add, and it made stuff pretty easy to do. I don't even know where that would be configured. To be in persist. Okay, the more I'm looking at this, I'm realizing that I really should have used upload thing, because like all of this code to fetch the image, make sure we got the right HTTP response, convert the blob, make sure we have the file size annotated properly, all that. We handle all this in upload thing. You hand us a URL and we'll persist the file for you. So I probably should have used upload thing for this. But at least I can call context.storage.store the blob, and then grab the URL by doing context.storage.getURL. This is also the thing I was talking about before, though, where this URL you get is a permanent URL. You can't really do a temporary signed URL or anything like that. So checks and balances. Back to the extra credit section. We'll put a few more things in here that chat's asking about. They're asking about like KV store. They're also asking about IDE and like code editing tools. We could touch on these things. I don't think they like the goal of everything above is that you can use these regardless of what your answer is on all these parts. But we can go into these parts. Mono repos are a necessary evil. I still wish they were much better. Turbo repos made it much better. Still not where I would want it to be, but at least it's not the hell it was before. Mobile, you guys know. We'll be on Expo and React Native for a long ass time. And if you want a really good showcase of a React Native Expo app, keep an eye out. T3 chat's going to be better than every other AI chat app, and it's going to be built in React Native. Effect, if you need it. I'm starting to get effect pilled. I know the value, but it's also caused us enough problems. Like, okay, to be frank, I only see the effect stuff when it's causing us problems because I'm not in the details of the code bases anymore. Like by the time Julius is effectifying the code base, I've kind of had to move more to a management position anyways. But Effect's an incredible piece of software. It's capable of a lot. It has made things much better for us around error management. And God, the fucking stuff that we can do with introspecting on traces, the UIs we now have access to see every single thing that happened during a generation or during a user request, all in Axiom, just with the traces and OTel that we're spitting out of Effect for free is incredible. So it's absolutely been worth it for us. KV store, I find that the use of KVs is always some specific integration thing. Like the KVs that we're using right now for T3 chat are worker KV for OpenAuth. So we have that isolated auth thing. Ideally, you'd have an auth solution that doesn't need that. We also use one for our Stripe storage, which is Upstash and Redis. But again, ideally you wouldn't need it. You'd have an auth, but again, ideally you wouldn't need it. You'd have a payment provider that handles that part for you, like Autumn, Cursor. But again, ideally you don't need that because you have a payment provider that handles it, something like Autumn or Clerk or Polar. So again, if you need it. And then the IDE. I'm still on Cursor. I find that it matters less and less every day. Other tools are catching up. Things like Kilo Code, Rue Code, Klein, and more are making VS Code really good. The fact that Copilot's now open source and more of what makes it work well in the editor is accessible to extensions. A lot of progress is being made in the IDE space, but Cursor's still my best experience. That's the one that's the most reliable, that does the most. I'm personally not that into even though I love Tmux in my CLI in general, I like managing my projects in my CLI. I don't like writing code in it still. Was never a Vim guy. So I'm not into stuff like Claude Code, Open Code, Aider, Codex, and all that. And I guess one last one, background agents. My answer to that one is TBD. I've not been happy with any of the current solutions. I've tried most of them. They've not been good for me. Maybe in the future we have something for that. But right now, meh. There's a bunch of other things that I use all of the time to make our teams more efficient. Things like Discord for all our comms, Graphite for all our code reviews, CodeRabbit for leaving feedback inside code reviews, so much more. We've already went really deep on things that aren't necessarily my stack. I want to make sure the value and the focus stays up here, the pieces that I recommend building with and that I personally choose to build with today. And once again, the point of this isn't that you should copy paste it and use it for all your projects. The point of this is to show you how I think about the pieces I use for my stack and to look at the ones I tend to reach for and figure out which pieces are useful to you and which ones are not. If you take this whole stack, copy paste it and use it and find success with it, awesome. I'm really happy to hear. But don't feel shy but never feel bad about deleting parts that aren't necessarily as useful for you, swapping things around based on what your needs are. and doing whatever you need to thy stack. The point of it is that it's modular, that all the parts are meant to be swapped and interchanged. Even as I went through, I showed you how I swap different parts around depending on what I'm building. I want you to not take my... I'm much less interested in people copying my stack and much more interested in people thinking about their stack in this way. A more modular approach around what you're trying to build and how you're trying to assemble those parts together. This is how I assemble them today, and it's very different from how I did last year, and it's very different from how I did it 3 years before. And hopefully, this way of building things is useful to you as well. Now, have fun flaming me in the comment, or what do I want to have for the transition for this? Hope this was helpful. Can't wait to figure out what database I move to next. And until next time, peace, nerds. Fun. Fun came up. We're at 5 videos. It's like 650. That one took a bit. Expected, but it was a good one. Their search indexing is really, really good. It's heavy, but it's pretty good. My manager at Twitch led me to Elixir, and I fell in love. I'm gonna check some things quick. Okay. Cool. Nothing appears to be burning too bad. Did I miss another fan fund? Oh, some webhooks for payments and auth. Webhooks suck. They're a super unreliable way to do things, and managing the relationship between webhooks across things is really annoying. I touched on that a bit in the video, but a big part of why I like the tech I'm using is that it can avoid those types of things. Especially for local dev, webhooks are awful. So yeah, hope this was helpful. Yeah, I'll check that for sure. Ping me post stream so I see it again. I'm not touching T3 app for a minute. I'm waiting till the better auth stuff's a little further along. Someone said something about Twitch. Not sure what that was about. The image project I keep bringing up is me attempting to force myself to finish a better image generation flow so we can integrate it into T3 chat. The plan there is that I build a really good one, and then we hand it to my team, who will then integrate something very similar to it in the code base. Thank you, Keeter, for the 2 months of support. Lazy Pumpkin for the 6 months. Brandon showing up, cheering on Better Off. Appreciate that a ton. Oh shit, you published the benchmark. Very fun. Let's see the numbers. Okay, so Node is rocking a P50 of 194 and a P99 of 323. LRT is 62 for the P50 and 115 for the P99, so like a third to a fourth as much. Yeah, 3x faster. And Porphyr, 12x faster than Node and 4x faster than LRT. Pretty fucking nuts. Congrats, man. Very excited. Yeah, we can't do this yet. Something we very much want to do. I even talked about this earlier in another video I was recording. It's an idea I've had since we built T3 chat. It's just annoying to implement because of Stripe. What do I use for speech to text? I am trying out Whisper Flow. My issue is that I type really fast, so I hate doing fucking like speech to text. I type faster than I talk, and I talk fucking fast. But my left hand needs surgery, and I won't be able to type for a few weeks. So I'm trying to get into voice to text. WebDev Cody, you need a VIP, or I don't want to miss your name again. And I was at DEF CON, so I was stuck in fucking Vegas, but I got to hang out with a bunch of friends and solve some really hard puzzles, many of which drove me fucking mad. Yeah. I'm trying to get all the code out of my system right before the surgery and then catch up on all the other things I'm behind on, like email and project planning and talking to my family. Also a bunch of random trips I have to do for like business meetings and shit. Like I'm going to Microsoft campus 2 weeks after my surgery. It's like, what the fuck else am I going to do? If I have to go to Microsoft, might as well do it then. Yo, Samir with the 1 year. Thank you for all the support, man. Always good to see you. Did I get you, Taurus? Send it, man. Thank you for the prime regardless. Weird. I haven't asked it to do much refactoring. I've asked it to do a lot of redesigning and implementation, but not refactors. Good to know. I'll play with that. Whisper Flow doesn't let you pick your model. It kind of just works. It might still be based on OpenAI Whisper. I'm not sure at this point, but it's really, really good. I've been very surprised at how well it does. This is proof that Whisper is really reliable overall. There you go. Yeah. Oh, and I forgot to reply. Ichiru, permission to steal. If the steal is the idea of gifting subs, go fucking nuts. It's not a unique idea. It comes from Twitch. Generally speaking, I can't imagine you stealing an idea from me in a way that would upset me. I'd be really surprised if you could. Like, I wish you luck trying. Oh, link to the LRT comparison. Good old goose.icu. I mean, I show my ideas constantly in Notion for all my video stuff. I don't really hide it. Anything in here that's relatively easy? How much content is there on the JSON string if I bit? I think this is a video. I've not tried out the cursor CLI yet. I have some warp ads coming up soon. Fuck, from Woodlands. Fuck, I used to go there a ton. I can't remember what I used to fucking get. Mark knows my diet well enough. If there's something I will eat that I'd like actually have for a meal, grab it. If not, I'll just order food later. Don't worry about me. Thank you though. I can't even get OpenAI and Cursor to give me access. I might have some texts about it because I've been checking my phone all stream. I haven't checked iMessage for like 6 hours, so. Okay, nothing important. Cool. Thank you, TSM APEC, for the tier 1 sub as well. Let's talk about JSON Stringify. It's going to be annoying to brand, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, I agree with this, Canada Honk. GPT-5 feels less weird in general. It just kind of does the thing, which is what I like so much about it. Anyways. JavaScript's not a fast language. I think we all know and understand that. But you might be surprised about how fast JSON is, specifically JSON parse and stringify. Historically, it has been one of the best implementations of turning JSON into real objects. I mean, why wouldn't it be? It's literally JavaScript object notation. The whole point is that it's a serialized JavaScript object. Obviously, it can convert to and from. But what if I told you it just got 2 times faster? Well, I'd be lying because it's actually close to 3 times faster in many scenarios. I am absolutely blown away with the work that the Chrome team just put in to making JSON Stringify even faster. This might seem small and simple, but there's actually a lot of fun stuff to dive into here. From the implementation of JSON Stringify to the weird quirks in V8's performance for this type of stuff, to one of my favorite fun facts, which is that many objects are easier to define, as in will be loaded faster in the VM if you define them as JSON and then JSON.parse it than if you actually define the object directly. There's so much fun to dive into here. I find that people just don't appreciate how much goes into JSON in order to make these simple things we rely on every day as fast as they are in the majority of use cases. I want a good transition for this. I had one and I forgot it already. Fuck. Fuck, I'm pissed I forgot the good one I had. Much like this change, I want to keep my video side effect free, but more importantly, I want to keep it free in general. Someone's got to cover the bill. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive in. Honestly, Cody, I just got good at this for filming so many videos. Like, I film 7 to 8 intros a week. You just get good at it after you do it enough. Like, I've seen how you operate Excalidraw. You're as good, if not better, than I am at it. You just get good at the thing when you do it a lot. Oh boy, I'm actually quite excited for this change. I use JSON in a lot of different places, and this should be very fun. JSON.stringify is a core JavaScript function for serializing data. I mean, what else would you... Okay, I'm not even going to ask what else would you use it for, because I'm not going to like the answer. Chat, if you have answers, share them and ruin my day. Its performance directly affects common operations across the web, from serializing data for a network request to saving data to local storage. Faster JSON stringify translates to quicker page interactions and more responsive applications. That's why we're excited to share that a recent engineering effort has made JSON to stringify in V8 more than twice as fast. This post breaks down the technical optimization that made this improvement possible. Oh, we're getting our cursed use cases. This one's from the creator of Porphyr, the JSON and JavaScript wizard. Cloning objects. JSON.parse, JSON.stringify foo. Ow. It's a common pattern for deep clone. Ow. That hurts me. So remember, we want a side effect free fast path. We want something that will be really fast and not cause weird side effects. Foundation for this optimization is a new fast path that's built on a simple premise. If we can guarantee that serializing an object will not trigger any side effects, then we can use a much faster specialized implementation. A side effect in this context is anything that breaks the simple, streamlined traversal of an object. This includes not only the obvious cases, like executing user-defined code during serialization, but also more subtle internal operations that might trigger a garbage collection cycle. For details on what exactly can cause side effects and how you can avoid them, see limitations. Oh, it's at the bottom of the page. Cool. We'll get to that in a little bit. I have a lot of thoughts on garbage collection in V8, as you might have seen in my previous video where I happened to accidentally guess correctly what the author was incorrect about and had to issue a correction on. That was fun. We'll see where this one brings me. I have a feeling this might be deeper in the weeds than I normally go, and I might seem dumb, but only one way to find out. As long as V8 can determine that serialization will be free from these side effects, it can stay on the highly optimized path. This allows it to bypass many expensive checks in defensive logic that's required by general-purpose serializers. This allows it to bypass many expensive checks in defensive logic that was required by the general-purpose serializer, resulting in a significant speedup for the most common types of JavaScript objects that represent plain data. Furthermore, the new fast path is iterative, in contrast to the recursive general-purpose serializer. The architectural choice not only eliminates the need for Stack Overflow checks and allows us to quickly resume after encoding changes, but it also allows developers to serialize significantly deeper nested object graphs than were previously possible. Oh no. Oh no. I'm scared. What is the serialization depth limit? Canada Honk, I'm sure you got me an answer. How deep can you serialize your objects in V8 before you normally have problems? Crying inside. That's all I needed to hear. That is all I needed to hear. I don't need a real answer. If you have one, drop it, but I have the information I was looking for. Handling different string representations. Strings in V8 can be represented with either 1 byte or 2 byte characters. Oh god. If a string contains only ASCII characters, they are stored as a 1 byte string in V8 that uses 1 byte per character. However, if a string contains just a single character that's outside of the ASCII range, all characters on the string will now use a 2 byte representation instead, which essentially will double memory utilization. I've done a terrible thing. I now caused good old Oliver to go look at the V8 source. I am so sorry. To avoid the constant branching and type checks of a unified implementation, the entire stringifier is now This is full of fun big words. To avoid the constant branching and type checks of a unified implementation, the entire stringifier is now templatized to the character type. That means we compiled 2 distinct specialized versions of the serializer, one completely optimized for 1 byte strings and another completely optimized for 2 byte strings. This does have an impact on binary size, but we think the increased performance is definitely worth it. That's very interesting, because if your JSON has an emoji in it, any optimizations for 1 byte strings aren't going to help. So instead, they compiled it twice. So there's now 2 full implementations of the serializer, one if there are no special characters and one if there are special characters. That's kind of funny. JavaScript devs will install a solution to any problem, right? Kind of funny that Chrome now comes with kind of funny that Chrome now has 2 serializers for JSON built in, but makes sense. Chaos, but it makes sense. The implementation handles mixed encodings efficiently. During serialization, we must already inspect each string's instance type to detect representations that we can't handle on the fast path. Like, what's const string? Const string class describes a string value built using the addition operator on strings. Oh, fun. You know, you can just randomly add strings together. When you do that, you now have a const string. I'm assuming that's a constructed string. And those can have side effects. So during serialization, we must already inspect each string's instance type to detect if the representation can't be handled on the fast path, because they might trigger a graph, or because again, const string might trigger garbage collection during the flattening, because if it no longer needs the previous values that you added when you made the new string, or the new string now puts you over your memory limits, the garbage collection has to come in to clean up any memory that wasn't being used before or no longer is being used because you've defined this new value. Like, just for an example, cool. Just for a quick example of what we're talking about here, if we had this code, we have greeting, we have the greet function, which takes in, or the greet function uses this const that we already defined, empty string, and then the name that you pass it. And we greet, I don't know, one of my subscribers. Speaking of which, if you haven't subbed, costs you nothing. Button's right below the video. Just click it. Helps us out. Let's imagine that instead of just console logging, we define this as message. And then we console.log message. Now, entertain me here. I know that most computers, other than like old iPhones, have enough memory to fit all of this text content totally fine. But let's say, hypothetically, that you ran out of memory when you added these together. when you created message by appending these, you're now over your memory limit. This would trigger a garbage collection where JavaScript will now have, or this would trigger a garbage collection where V8, the engine's going to go and look for all the things that are no longer being referenced and dereference them. It can drop other values that aren't being used or definitions that aren't being hit. Since we're still in a scope where name exists, I don't think it's smart enough to let this string get cleaned up, but hypothetically it could. The point here is that the creation of this new string, in particular on consumption, because I just learned these are actually lazily evaluated, so when you define it, it's not consumed. It's when you use it that it is evaluated. At which point the garbage collection could occur. So let's go a step further, actually. We'll return message. Const sum message equals greet one of my subscribers. At this point, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Canada Honk, because I see you in chat, you've been very helpful. This addition may not have actually been computed yet. So at this point, if I console log some message, now the computation will be completed. The string will be squeezed down together. And the name that we passed here isn't relevant anymore because this code already was executed. So this is marked for cleanup now. So when I actually use this, or in the case that we care about, const JSONified equals JSON.stringify some message, this is the point at which the addition actually happens. There are other things in this file that no longer are relevant at this point in time. We don't care anymore about this string because it's already been appended and added and calculated here. It's lazily done, but more importantly, when it's lazily done, it now has the opportunity to clean up things that don't matter anymore. So when we call this JSON stringify, this string, which might still be in memory, now doesn't have to be anymore. But that's also kind of a side effect, which means that we have to care when we are parsing. When we do this stringifying, if it does have a side effect, which in this case it would, we now have to treat it a bit differently. Thank you again for the help. The generic term is rope strings. Very good to know. Yeah. And the check they do to figure out if this is going to trigger a garbage collection or not also checks if they're going to need to use the 1-byte or the 2-byte encoding. Really convenient 2-for-1. Because of this, the decision to switch from our optimistic 1-byte stringifier to the 2-byte version is essentially free. When this existing check reveals a 2-byte string, a new 2-byte stringifier is created, inheriting the current state. At the end, the final result is constructed by simply concatenating the output from the initial 1-byte stringifier with the output of the 2-byte one. Oh, so they're making a const string too. The strategy ensures that we stay on a highly optimized path for the common case, while the transition to handling 2-byte characters is lightweight and efficient. And Canada has now done his testing. According to Oliver, they were able to get to 4,000 depth in JSON stringify until V8 broke. I am scared to know that the limit is now higher, because if you are hitting that limit, you're doing something bad. And now you can do something bad for longer. Back to optimizing. Optimizing string serialization with SIMD. Any string in JS can contain characters that require escaping when serializing to JSON, like a quote or a backtick. A traditional character-by-character loop to find them is slow. Putting it lightly, it would be slow. To accelerate this, we employ a 2-level strategy based on the string's length. For longer strings, we switch to dedicated hardware SIMD instructions, like ARM64. This allows us to load a much larger chunk of the strings into a wide SIMD register and check multiple bytes for escapable characters at once in just a few instances. This allows us to load a much larger chunk of the string into a wide SIMD register and check multiple bytes for any escape characters all at once in just a few instructions. Yes, they wrote assembly for this. FFmpeg devs are proud. Look at that. Okay, they're not actually writing assembly directly, but they're doing some very low level C here, hitting memory registers directly. Very fun. SIMD stuff is fucking chaos. Respect to them for doing it, though. Yeah. To imagine that they've done all of this optimization so people can serialize the same content 500 times in a row, up to 4,000 layers deep. Chaos. This is a good description, so I'll drop this here. Thank you, NMG. SIMD stands for Single Instruction, Multiple Data. ARM64 Neon's an implementation for ARM's SIMD instructions. Yes. As far as I know, that is true. That's all for longer strings, though. For shorter strings, where the setup cost of hardware instructions would be too high, we use a technique called SWOR, which is SIMD within a register. This approach uses clever bitwise logic on standard general-purpose registers to produce multiple characters at once with very low overhead. Oh, God. It's kind of funny how it's kind of funny that JavaScript is the most advanced language in the world, and that in many ways, JSON in V8 is more advanced and technically thorough than other full programming languages. Like, these guys could be building Rust, and instead they're making our JSON stringify faster. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. Some of the hardest engineering work, some of the most advanced low-level optimizations that have been done in the history of software have been done to make JSON faster in V8 for Chrome. Do I know how many lines of code V8 is? I was just asked by Canada Honk, and I am scared to know. This is a fun fact that you just have ready to go, don't you? I'm about to feel sick. Just drop the number. 1.6 million. Okay, we have slightly more NPM packages. Okay, there's 3 million now. Okay, so we have 2x more NPM packages than we have lines of code in V8. But the fact that those are somewhat close is really funny. And JSC is 800K as well. Fucking Christ. Yeah. The bundle for V8 is at 9 megabytes. That's like the compiled source comes out to 9 megs. God. Apparently, if you include comments, additional code, tests, and everything, total lines are almost 3 million. Some information's better not known. That hurts me. Hey, at least we can serialize our fucking JavaScript objects faster now. Yeah, all of Chromium is 20 mil. So like a fifth of the lines of code in Chrome are V8. It's kind of crazy. I'm reading 3 lines of V8's code every day till I finish learning it. Socrates validated the V8 depth test and got to 4,116. This is really fun. I love getting nerdy on the details with you guys like this. Back here, though. Regardless of the method, the process is highly efficient. We rapidly scan through the string chunk by chunk. If no chunks contain any special characters, which is the common case, we can simply copy the whole string. And now there's the express lane on the fast path, continuing to optimize further. Even within the main fast path, we found the opportunity for another, even faster express lane. By default, the fast path must iterate over an object's properties and, for each key, perform a series of checks. Confirm that the key is not a symbol, ensure it's enumerable, and finally, scan the string for characters that require escaping. To eliminate this, we introduce a flag on an object's hidden class. Once we have serialized all properties of an object, we mark its hidden class as fast JSON iterable if no property key is a symbol. All properties are now enumerable, and no property key contains characters that require escaping. Cool. Gotta love those hidden classes in V8. There's a lot of these implementation details that we don't necessarily have access to in the JavaScript layer that we're in, but they're in there so that V8 could do optimizations. V8 could do without hidden classes, sure. It would treat each object as a bag of properties. However, a very useful principle would have been left laying around, the principle of intelligent design. So they're literally saying it would be unintelligent to not have hidden classes. V8 surmises that you'll only create so many different kinds of objects, and each kind of object will be used in what can eventually be seen to be a stereotypical way. I say eventually be seen because the JavaScript language is a scripting language, not a precompiled one, so V8 never knows what will come next. So what this does is if you have an object shape that you use multiple times, V8 will notice and create a struct for that it can use to know and identify this shape of object to map it and use it more efficiently. So here we have a function, but in this function we use this, which you should never do, but you can do. And if the extra data is not a number, then we put it in experience. Otherwise, we put it in prominence. Very interesting. So we have these two things that we call by calling new peak that both have name and height, but then this one has prominence because we put a number, and then this one has experience because we put a string. With this code, we've already got an interesting map tree from the root map, also known as the initial map, which is attached to the function peak. So we map it with name, we then map it with height, and now with prominence and experience, we have two different mappings. Each blue box is a map, starting with the initial one. This is the map of objects returned if somehow we manage to run the function peak without adding a single property. The follow-up maps are the ones that result by adding the properties given by the names on the edges between maps. Each map has a list of the properties associated with an object of the map. If you're wondering why there's stops for all of these, it's because when the function runs, none of the properties are defined yet. Just the function running. So it starts with no values. No values attached to this, and then it has name. So now we have an object, so now we have a version with nothing and a version with name. Now we have a third version with height, and now we have a fourth or a fifth version. It can't be both. It's one or the other depending on this condition. Those are the maps. Not like map KV store, but map the mappings of the different keys that can exist in these shapes. From one of these maps, say map 3, which is the hidden class of the object that you'll get if you pass a number from the extra argument in peak. You can follow a backlink up all the way to the initial map. Let's try it again with the extra information. Interesting. So the key here is that the object field locations are mapped at a lower level so that it can figure out when you ask for a certain key where that is in memory faster. So the name gets key I0, height gets key I1, and then prominence or experience get keys I2. Apparently, you have to create 7 objects in order for it to complete the mapping. And once you've done that, your peak objects will have exactly 3 in-object properties with no possibility to add more directly in the object. Any additional properties will be offloaded to the object's property backing store. It's just an array of property values whose index comes from the map. Well, technically the descriptor array, yeah. So if you then add an additional value like m2.cost, this will create a new mapping that has costs, or this will create a new mapping that has cost as a constant on this general key. Again, it does this so when you have a common shape for an object, again, it does this so that when you have a common shape for an object, it can map the key to the place it's stored in memory way faster. But when you have uncommon parts appended to the shape, like in this case, cost, that's going to be a little more expensive a lookup, but not annoyingly enough so to cause real problems. I am sure that my attempt to explain this is triggering Oliver quite a bit. I'm doing my best. Let me know if I make any factual errors. I have so many fun facts about V8, I can hurt brains in seconds. I can't even imagine. Pretty good. Okay, we're doing well. Well, let me ruin it really quick. Somebody mentioned ducks, and I can do that. We all love animals for our classes and object definitions, right? Ducks have names, they have heights, they have weights or legs or whatever. You can think of this cost field, this new P0 appended field, almost like a shirt it's wearing. It's not part of the duck, but we have given it to the duck, so now it is there with the duck. But when you're trying to analyze the duck, this is now more expensive than just counting the number of feet. I'll take that. I'll use a goose next time to help out. We'll go with the duck for now. Cool. We now vaguely understand hidden classes in JS, and specifically in V8. When we serialize an object that is the same hidden class as an object that we serialized before, which is quite common, like in an array of objects where they all have the same shape, that makes a ton of sense. If you're trying to serialize a user array that has a bunch of users all of the same type, we've found the hidden class and know how it serializes after the first one, so we can use that serialization awareness to not have to recompute for everything else in this array. So if we know that, and it's a fast JSON iterable class, we can now simply copy all the keys to the string buffer without any further checks. That's pretty cool, because again, I guess I do have to open that page back up. We know the memory location for each of these fields. So if we also know that in map 3 or 4, we don't have to do any special stuff because we don't have to worry about garbage collection or side effects, then we don't have to care at all. We can literally just rip from those memory locations straight into our new string. Really cool. We also added the optimization to JSON parse, we also added this optimization to JSON.parse, where we can utilize it for fast key comparisons while parsing an array, assuming that objects in the array often have the same hidden classes. That is huge, and I will use that to tangent over to one of my favorite fun facts in JavaScript and V8, which is the fact, this isn't disputed, this is real, that in many cases, it is faster to define an object by passing it as a string to JSON parse than it would be to just define the object in line. One of my favorite key quirks in the language and engine that we spend all our time working within. Because the JSON grammar is much simpler than JavaScript's grammar, JSON can be parsed more efficiently than JS can. This knowledge can be applied to improve startup performance for web apps that ship large JSON-like configuration object literals, like an inline Redux store. Instead of inlining the data as JavaScript object literals, instead of inlining like so, you can put it in JSON instead. Do you understand how chaotic that is? And that they brought up Redux as the example. If you have a complex object that is the starting point for your application with a lot of different keys, maybe some crazy arrays and all these other things, JavaScript has so many things to parse that it will actually be slower than JSON because, again, it's a limited grammar. There's only so many types in JSON. There's really like 3. You got strings, you got numbers, you got objects, and I guess you got Booleans. So it's actually very efficient to parse JSON. And now it's even faster because they found ways to remap and reuse memory locations and registers based on the hidden classes of the things you are serializing and deserializing. And to be very clear, it would be hard for these to be the things that are making your app slower. But if you are the type that wants to optimize every single corner, you probably already learned this just by going through the profiler in Chrome. But if you're seeing real time being spent on parsing, or you're seeing real time being spent on like allocating a value, maybe try doing it in JSON, see what happens. Back to these new optimizations. A faster double to string algorithm. Converting numbers to their string representation is a surprisingly complex and performance critical task. As part of our work on JSON Stringify, we identified an opportunity to significantly speed up the process by upgrading our core double to string algorithm. We've now replaced the long-serving Grisou3 algorithm with DragonBox for shortest length number to string conversions. It's kind of crazy to think that the way you turn a number into a string is so complex that there have been lots of different implementations, and we have finally moved to a new one after however many fucking decades V8's been around for. DragonBox is a reference implementation of DragonBox, which is a theoretical fucking piece of research on how to convert floating point binary decimal to strings. This is hilarious that there are like whole ass research papers about how to turn a number into a string as efficiently as possible. And this is an implementation of that in C++ that has now made its way into V8 so that your numbers will convert to strings faster when you JSON stringify. I know about ASM.js. This is going to hurt me. I remember these days, the original WebAssembly. I think I'm slightly older than you. So I was there when this happened. It was a whole moment. Utter chaos. Yeah. I am older than you. I was there when it started. You were there when it was dying. We do not want to revive ASM.js. WASM is the correct solution. We shouldn't be making assembly work in JS. We should be making something that works like assembly in the web. You're 20. God damn it. I forget how young you are. Jesus. Your wisdom is far too great for your mere 20 years mortal shell. Yeah, you know too much. While the optimization was driven by our JSON stringify profiling, the new DragonBox implementation benefits all calls to number.prototype.toString throughout V8. So if your app is slow because you were calling toString on numbers too often, it might be less slow now. Cool. This means any code that converts numbers to strings, not just JSON serialization, will see this performance boost as well. Awesome. And even more optimization. Optimizing the underlying temporary buffer. A significant source of overhead in any string building operation is how memory is managed. Previously, our stringifier built the output in a single contiguous buffer in the C++ heap. While simple, this approach has a significant drawback. Whenever the buffer ran out of space, we had to allocate a larger one and copy the entire existing content over. For large JSON objects, the cycle of reallocation and copying created major performance overhead. Interesting. Again, buffer overflows are a huge concern when your engine just spits out shit all of the time and you have to garbage collect whenever you get a chance to. The crucial insight was that forcing this temporary buffer to be contiguous offered no real benefit, as the final result is assembled into a single string only at the very end. With this in mind, we replaced the old system with a segmented buffer. Instead of putting everything into a single large growing block of memory, we now use a list of smaller buffers, or segments, allocated in the V8 zone memory. When a segment is full, we simply allocate a new one and continue writing there, which completely eliminates the expensive copy operations. That's really cool. You'd be surprised how many of these realizations have powered significant innovations in software. They're like, oh, We're storing all this in one place. We don't use it all till the end. What if we just store it wherever and add it together at the end anyways? Another really good point from Canada Honk. The scary thing here is that if there's a one-line mistake in any of that code, in theory, with sandbox escapes, it could cause RCEs for parsing JSON. Terrifying. Actually terrifying. I am very thankful that this wasn't vibe coded. You know, let's try something funny. Gonna intentionally not give GPT-5 access to the internet. I'm not giving it search. I'm gonna ask it, what are some theoretical ways we can improve the performance of JSON.stringify side of the V8 engine? Assume we have the ability to make any change we want to V8's source code. We'll see what that comes up with. Curious what GPT-5 has to say. What would it look like to vibe code these optimizations? I have to know. And while we wait for that, let's talk about limitations. The new fast path achieves its speed by specializing for common and simple cases. If the data being serialized doesn't meet these criteria, then V8 will fall back to the general purpose serializer to ensure correctness. To get the full performance benefit, the JSON stringify call must adhere to the following conditions. No replacer or space arguments. Providing a replacer function or a space or gap argument for pretty printing are features handled exclusively by the general purpose path. Fun. So if you're doing all the fancy things that JSON.stringify has the opportunity to make the output look nicer, it opts out of the speed. Makes sense. Plain data objects and arrays. The objects being serialized should be simple data containers. This means that they, and any of their prototypes, must not have a custom .to.json method. If you're defining your own to.json, you're deeper than we are. Good, cool, have fun. But it can't do any of these like memory allocation level changes. Like it can't just read a register and know what to do with it if you have a custom to.json. Makes sense. More reasons to not write custom bullshit if you don't need to. The fast path assumes standard prototypes like object.prototype or array.prototype that don't have custom serialization logic. And if this is how you learned that you can override the .to.json, don't do it. Don't put yourself through this. It's not worth it. I've done some terrible things with that function. Don't do it. Trust me. And I hope you never learn that you can override what happens when you add two things together. Danger awaits. Be very careful, traveler. No indexed properties on objects. The fast path is optimized for objects with regular string-based keys. If an object contains array-like index properties, like 0, 1, etc., it will be handled by the slower and more general serializer. And more reason to not use objects as though they're arrays. Let an object be an object. And we have simple string types. Some internal V8 string representations, like const string, can require memory allocation to be flattened before they can be serialized. The fast path avoids any operation that might trigger such allocations and works best with simple sequential strings. This is something that's hard to influence as a web developer, but don't worry, it should just work in most cases. For the vast majority of use cases, such as serializing data for API responses or caching configuration objects, these conditions are naturally met, which allows developers to benefit from the performance improvements automatically. Do we have our update here? Ooh, here is how GPT-5, in T3 chat by the way, thinks we could theoretically optimize this. Let's see if it got any of these things. Look at that, it's actually guessing some of the things. If objects own all their data properties, or if objects are composed exclusively of data properties, they have a stable map and hidden classes, and no dictionary mode, and no elements that imply holes. Keep non-ASCII unescaped as spec allows, or maximum throughput. And if any guard fails, de-op to the existing general path. Shape-based property plan. For objects with the same map, precompile a stable list of property fields in enumeration order and serialize by directly reading the fields, skipping generic property key collection. Did they train on the plan for this? Like, this is spot on. If serializing an array when the elements share a map, hoist and reuse the property plane across elements. This is the iterating over an array thing that we talked about too. It's guessing all this pretty well. Naman, you missed out on this one. This would be one of your favorites. Thankfully, we have Goose here. Canada Honk. We're talking about the improvements to JSON.stringify. Oh, look, they even included the SIMD vectorized ASCII scan. That's hilarious. The 2-tier string path, one for the 1-byte strings and one for the 2-byte strings. It got most of this. Turns out we could have vibe coded the performance win on string serialization in V8. Who would have thought? I wouldn't have. I absolutely would not have thought that we could vibe code this. And to be clear, we can't vibe code this. But it's pretty cool that you can get most of the answer like this. That's very, very cool. Smart-ass model. And now let's look at the results. Beautiful. Why does the Pixel 9 serialize a string faster than the M1 Mac does? That hurts me. I should actually read the conclusion, though. By rethinking JSON Stringify from the ground up, from its high-level logic down to its core memory and character handling operations, we've delivered a more than 2x performance improvement measured on the Jetstream 2 JSON Stringify Inspector bench. See the figures below. These optimizations are now available in V8 starting with version 13.8, which is Chrome 138. Oh, scores, not times. Thank you. Appreciate the correction, Naman. Because the benchmark isn't a time benchmark, it's a score bench. So we actually want the bar to be higher. Mac users, stay winning. We'll take it. This was awesome. This was an actually really good write-up that makes this information digestible. And this is not info that should be digestible. Huge shout out to Patrick for writing this. Maybe I can find, I think your Twitter is just Canada Honk, right? Yeah. As well as a shout out to Oliver for all their help making sure I didn't get information wrong on this. They're one of the smartest JS Engine people ever, just period. Lots of things I talk about with JavaScript are information that I got pretty directly from Oliver. Great resource. Love him to death. Definitely somebody you should follow if you want to keep track of their utter madness with the JavaScript engine. I got nothing else. Let's end this as fast as I guess it's time to make like JSON Stringify and get out of here really quick. Bye, nerds. I like that ending. I think this was a very, very fun video. God, if you're saying this, Naman, because I would say this about you, I need to make sure you two meet at some point. I want to be part of that. Not in the conversation, but like there when it happens. You two should be friends. Like Naman is to CSS and like DOM painting behaviors what Canada Honk is to JS and memory allocation. And there's enough overlap that you two would have a very fun conversation. I'll throw a mid-pry on that. That's 6 videos. It's almost 8 o'clock. I have a little bit of energy, but I don't know if it's enough for any of these. How long is this video? Or how long is this blog post? If it's short enough. That's a bit long. I should be a good boy and end now. figure out who we're throwing y'all at. I do love me some Leslie Tanner. Doing a subathon too. Yeah, we're throwing you guys at Leslie. You have no idea what you're in for with this stream. Thank you all as always. I might go live this weekend. I'm slightly ahead again. I might have somebody for you. Ping me tomorrow on that one. I won't get to that tonight. Yeah, we got 6 hours of streaming, got 6 videos out. I'm feeling good. Wait, fuck, Ben's live? If Ben's live, I have to throw you guys at Ben instead. Fuck, I love Leslie though. How long's Ben been live for? 41 minutes. We're throwing you at Ben instead. Cancel. I'm so sorry, Leslie. Fuck. You gave Canada Honk 12 months. Fucking legend. Thank you for that. Any other subs I missed while I was doing all that? Thank anyone here. Slip second with the Prime. NMG with the 12-month. The Canada. Fucking legend. Dark Wii U with the bits. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you all as always. I can vouch for Socray. They're a good one. Have fun with Ben. Goodbye, nerds. And goodbye to YouTube as well.
Man, what's up?